Morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and I know that I am late. I was waiting for my kiddo's school bus, so sometimes, things run a little late. So I haven't had a chance to send the invites out to get up the feed, so I'm going to do that right now. How is everybody's Friday? I do want to remind everyone that this is the last show of mine until Monday because Mother's Day is Sunday. So I won't have a Sunday show. I'm going to attempt to enjoy my Mother's Day at home with my little. And anybody who wants to come over and grab a burger, we're going to have a little bit of a cookout. We don't really usually do much. So, one of these Mother's Day, I'm going to have to save money throughout the year and treat myself to like a spa day or something. I could desperately use like a facial, so like a micro peel facial because of my psoriasis and all the redness in my face, or to get my nails done. That would be nice. I haven't had my nails done in forever, but it's expensive these days. You ladies know, for a full set, I usually get like a full set French tip, like just standard square, you know what I mean? Like, and these are so expensive nowadays. But I'm going to have to remember for next Mother's Day, we're all going to have to plan something together where we go and have like a spa day or something together. All us ladies. I mean, the gentlemen can come too, but I don't think that they want to get their nails done. You might want a facial though. Like, hey, Tim.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much.
What'd you think about the new conspiracy? That's not the same pair of pants. It's ripped.
It's ripped. Oh, like they remember the one where they were like, oh, well, his clothes were washed.
The pants are not the same. If the pants do not fit, you must acquit.
The shoe is different because it has a black sole and they can't figure out that it's just a shadow.
It's like they can't figure out that they were out there like at evening and that there was a shadow, and thus they think it's like the black sole of the shoe.
Yeah.
And
even though you can see the ring around the top, that's the white part of the sole starting. You can see that. So.
And they think like Jackson wouldn't like notice this, like as like literally a star attorney, that he would not notice it was a different pair of shoes. But yet some idiot, like some moron that worked at Pizza Hut, declares like smarter than Alan Jackson.
Like, do you think that this is what I say to people? I'm like, just stop for a moment and use the two brain cells that you have between the like two or three of you and rub them together and like think about this for a second. Like, do you think that the defense wouldn't argue that that's a completely different shoe if they thought it was a completely different shoe? Not only is it not a different shoe, and only are they not going to argue that because they don't want to look like idiots in front of the entire world when the judge says, well, isn't that just a shadow? If you're really trying to argue this in my courtroom, like Mr. Jackson, like no one's going to say it's a different shoe because it's not a different shoe, not even the defense. So when they come up with these ridiculous theories, I'm like, do you think that the defense is going to argue that? Let me burst your bubble real quick. They're not going to argue that. And because they're not arguing that should tell you that what you're saying is crazy. Like, they argue some crazy shit, but it's even crazier when you realize they're not going to argue it because it's completely insane. Like,
yeah, and it's like you're sitting here and you're making up, like not realizing that no, they didn't rip the pants more. Yes, that is grass stains on the pants. That's, they didn't rub grass on there. So he lifted him up and they put him there. How did the grass stains show up?
They put his pants on. What do you mean? They put his pants on and they rolled around. Like,
like it gets to the point where like they don't quite understand like the concept that there's a lot of evidence pointing to this lady's guilt, her own statements, the physical evidence, the technical evidence. And the problem is you got a lot of these law tubers is like, well, the solo cups, that's reasonable doubt. Oh, the only, like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, no, that's not reasonable. Reasonable doubt is if you take the, like, I think that was his lawyer, I think Matt something. He has a channel.
Panic?
Yeah. And he talked about the concept of reasonable doubt, and I think he said it well. It's like if you take the totality of the evidence, then you decide whether there is reasonable doubt based upon the totality. You can't just like nitpick every little thing and say reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt, reasonable doubt.
Reasonable doubt works.
It's like these law tubers want to like look at like a courtroom like a football game, like touchdown.
Yep.
Oh, first down. It's like it doesn't work that way. It's the totality of the evidence.
Also, I would like to extend to everybody that Kevin reached out Again, he reached out to say thank you for the flowers yesterday, but he reached out again to send his love to everybody and that he really appreciated it. And we're gonna say a little prayer for Kevin because he started his fight with this new sort of treatment to hopefully have his body take in these meds and hold them and not reject them at 5 o'clock this morning. So say a little prayer for Kev, and we hope he gets better soon. And I told him if he wants ice cream, I will happily send over said ice cream to him. I know he likes ice cream, and that if he needs anything, just to reach out. So
yeah, I hope he gets better. I hope he gets better.
He said he's ready to fight. That's what he told me. He said he's ready to fight, and we're gonna give him all the steam we can to keep that attitude.
So what do you think of the tactic that Hank might not call Proctor, and that it would be a defense witness if they call Proctor?
If it's a defense witness, I think the tactic would be cross-examination, right? He gets to cross him instead of direct and redirect. And if he doesn't call him, I'm guessing he's doing it because he's trying to minimize the text messages. If that's all they want to talk about, and basically if he gets the chance to redirect all of the things that Jackson brings up to Proctor, he can then cross on, right? So all the little ridiculous things that Jackson wants to harp on, he'll have the last word.
Yeah, but do you think, to be fair, and I'm going to be fair, don't you think it's kind of odd not to have a guy who was, part of the investigation?
I'd call him if it was the Commonwealth. If I was Hank, I would call him.
You know what I mean? It just seems like you're trying to hide this guy, and if you're not going to call him, and even if you're, I just don't know if that's a good tactic. I'm a little worried about that tactic.
I don't know if they're not. I mean, I haven't heard that he's not going to call him. I mean, I hear people saying it, but I have not heard.
I've heard it.
Going to call him, so I don't know.
The guy kind of needs to be called because he is a witness that is, good or bad. He was there.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? And the problem is a legitimate concern, I would say, that a lot of free Karen Read people do have is that, could his bias of disliking Karen Read made him be focused on her? That's probably the only legitimate idea these people actually have. A lot of them have.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're right. None of their conspiracies do make any sense, JMS. And yeah, I think John DePetro said he is looking into pressing charges if he can when it comes to the whole, sewer turtle debacle that happened.
That was so weird. He was behind, hiding,
stalking him behind the pillar. Bro, what? You are a creep. A straight. If you don't how do you watch that and not be this guy is?
Oh, that was so creepy. He was just hiding behind the pillar. He was oh, well, I just thought that was weird. I think the guy's a weirdo, man. And I think honestly,
weirdo. He is a weirdo.
I mean, the guy is a weirdo, and it's funny to see him and JLR fighting. To me, is hilarious to see.
So funny. So funny. I'm what do you I mean, it's like Andre the Giant fighting with a mouse.
Yeah, but the guys, you know what I mean? And he says I'm a legitimate reporter. I'm no, you're not a legitimate reporter because no reporting agent, no fucking reporting company would hire you because you're too much of a liability. You would get them sued literally immediately. You are not neutral. You do not tell the facts of a case. Everything is.
He doesn't even check facts. He doesn't even fact check.
You know what I mean? You would get sued 6 ways from Sunday. You're just an idiot, unfortunately, that was given a platform due to the tech age of YouTube. If we went back and
sued because he had been denied a press pass 1 billion times, and Bradel sued on his behalf to get him his press pass.
Well, anyone can get a press pass. You probably get a fucking press pass if you wanted to.
I could, and I might for his trial.
Just it's just so ridiculous. And it's I just think the guy is a joke. I think, honestly, he is the most negative person to have around any movement you could possibly have or any group of people because he is just a bad guy to have around. I think he was brought in because that's what he
is.
That's what Karen, I believe, what Karen wanted.
It's because he's willing to say whatever without checking. That's why she brought him in. It's because no matter what she feeds him, he thinks it's the greatest story of all time. The defendant's feeding me the information. She says it's a cover-up. Must be true. I'm going to give that to everyone else. And when people say he broke the story, he didn't break anything. Karen fed him all of this stuff she wanted him to say. That's not breaking a story. That's not doing investigative journalism. That's not even close to what investigative journalism is. Like, when we found out that he had been lying the entire time and he didn't look into this on his own and use sources like normal people do, that he would just been fed all of the information from Karen.
Yeah,
you can no longer say he broke the story.
I think he was just a propaganda piece, and I think, like, honestly, eventually, if she gets off, she's going to distance herself from that guy as far as possible.
If once the case is over, I doubt she has anything to do with him.
Yeah.
Because the only reason she currently is right now is because he's blackmailed her. That's it. That's the only reason. Like,
Shocker.
once it's done and it's over, there's nothing left to blackmail. You know what I'm saying? Like, his threat, if I'm going to Tully, that was his threat. Well, I'm going to Tully then, basically, through a big baby fit. She doesn't save me a spot in court, and I'm not getting interviews, and Nick Rocco's on court TV, and this is my story, and I broke this story. Nobody would know about it if it wasn't for me. So how dare she? Like, she's ignoring me. Like, I'm gonna go to Telly. That was the threat. That was the threat that led him back into the fold.
So what do you think of, like, case so far, like, with all these clips and all this stuff?
I think she's fried.
Do you think that's, like, the case? Because I mean, and I also saw the cross. I think, like, the cross of Buckenick was Buckenick. Sorry, I'm not Alan Jackson though. Mispronouncing it. But the thing is, like,
Yuriy.
I think, like, honestly, it's not working. I mean, a lot of people are like, well, he's kind of being, combative with this guy. It's like,
yes, because he knows the way Alan Jackson twists people's words, and he's not willing to give him that. And I don't blame him. I wouldn't either. Like, that's why.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like Alan Jackson and also the problem is Alan Jackson has been an asshole to every single witness he's crossed, and it's kind of like it loses its effect. You know what I mean? And they realize that the guy's an asshole to every single witness, so they don't really care about this guy being someone being an asshole back to him.
Insider Man makes a good point. He said, I don't get how Free Karen Reed makes their whole case around a search about dying in the cold and then turns around and says he doesn't have hypothermia.
Yeah. The whole idea is, like, the concept of a third-party culprit defense is that you basically raise the issue of the police could have investigated other sources, but they rushed to you based upon bias. And I think that the problem is like they would have an argument with Proctor, maybe, but the problem is that they haven't shown how his bias would have resulted in the investigation, not investigating other avenues. That's the problem. It's like, was there other pieces of information that he could have looked into? Well, if you have a lady that says, I hit him, even if you put a question mark at the end of it, you have a lady that you have taillight pieces all around him that matches the car that she was driving. You have her drinking like a fish. You have basically GP like phone data that shows that, the last place he was at was the last place she dropped him off. And you have incriminating statements. Who else are you going to investigate for a murder trial?
Common sense.
You know
Common sense. There was no need to go in the house. There was no warrant for the house. They had spoken to people. And just like Yuriy said, like, they're cooperating witnesses. Witnesses. Like,
and the problem is a lot of people think like, well, someone dies in the front of your yard. It just gives you just gives you the ability to just go into their house and search. No, it doesn't. Unless there's some sort of evidence that you see on that person's around him that shows you that he was in that house. Like, for instance, like, there would have to be some sort of evidence that connects you to the house. And there wasn't any. So, if you went to the, judge and said, hey, can I have a warrant to search their house? The judge would be like, no, you're not getting it because you don't have proof. Just because someone dies in front of someone's yard does not mean that they had anything to do with it. And any lawyer can fight that off easily. And then like Jackson says, well, maybe you should have just, went in there and just did an illegal search. And it's like, then that would be fruit of the poisonous tree. And then any evidence that they would found, even if they found a dead body on the, like a freaking dead body on the floor, or blood all over the floor, would be thrown out because that would be fruit from the poisonous tree.
I mean, that's still the argument where they're like, oh, why didn't Brian Albert go outside? First of all, he went to the door as soon as he was woken up, but John was already taken on the ambulance. And had he gone outside with that scene, okay, they would have said he planted evidence, he trampled on evidence, it didn't matter what Brian Albert did in that morning. Whatever he did would have been criticized at this point. A conspiracy was not born then, it was born months later. Like,
yeah. So I mean, I'm a little disappointed with Duty Ron. I think Duty Ron, I don't know what he's thinking about with his statements a lot, like that guy that's running the show, and he's just kind of like slamming the investigation. I'm wondering if he actually is watching the trial sometimes. Like, I'm like, you literally have GPS location of the last place he was at and he was left at, and you have incriminating statements. If you're a police officer and you don't, the only thing I would say that was bad about the investigation is that as soon as she started saying, I hit him, they should have put her under arrest.
Yeah, I agree. They should have probably, arrested her right away.
Yeah, I would have. I mean, like, someone admits a crime. It's just like, I stabbed him, and you see a bleeding body on the floor on the side of the road. I'd be like, okay, well, we're gonna have to take you into custody and read you your Miranda rights, and we're gonna take you in for questioning.
Right, and I feel like they should have probably done that at that point, is take her in for questioning. But I do think that once they got her, they realized she wasn't gonna budge.
Well, it doesn't matter. You put her into custody, you get 24 hours. And I think if they would have done that, she would not have been able to destroy that, the video. I believe the ring camera footage, and I don't believe she would have been able to. All these people would not have been harassed as badly as they gone if they would have done that. I think that's the main crux of the situation. Someone admits a crime, you should immediately fucking arrest them. I'm sorry, but you have a crate, you know what I mean? And if she's admitting, I just think that was a fuck up.
I think it was a screw up as well. And I think Insider Man makes a good point here that, both these people are making Massachusetts judges look like a joke, harassing people and doing the things that they do and are being allowed to do it. And the problem is judges aren't allowed to just go online and look at the context of things. So they only can take what the two sides are telling them. And by what the two sides are telling them, the Commonwealth, sorry, but Cosgrove's not doing a great job is explaining this is a habit of this man gone back years at the point of harassing people. It's not something new. It's not something he just started doing. And it goes in every night over and over and over and over and over. And he uses dog whistles and veiled threats. And those are two things that Cosgrove has never pointed out, that he uses dog whistles and veiled threats. Those are two things he should be pointing out every single time he is in court. It is dog whistles and veiled threats. It's that simple. And I do think he made such a big deal about my show yesterday and directing people here like an idiot during lunch break, because we were going to talk about the letter that was sent to the judge. And what did he do during lunch? He went behind John DePetro. So do I think he did it as a distraction? I do think he did it a little bit as a distraction, but that backfired tremendously on him, as most things do.
I mean, the problem is he is a very toxic individual. And I don't think after this, I think there's not going to be any legitimate news or court TV or anything that's going to want to have anything to do with him, because he's just too much of a liability. And I think he's going to eventually just be by himself. And of course, he's going to maintain his views for a little bit because everyone likes to watch a shit show. But at what cost? With the potential of you going to jail?
At what cost? Right.
Yeah.
At what cost?
Getting sued by 6 Ways from Sunday. I mean, the problem is he's just. This is the problem with this guy. This is a very, very quick growth he gets, but in the long run, he's fucked. I mean, he's unemployable at this point.
He's absolutely screwed. He's unemployable. He's done everything. Well, everything he touched turns to shit. Turns to absolute shit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. He says FK said well, you got to see how the case. I mean, they're acting like it's going to be a slam dunk. It's going to be not guilty. And I'm watching the evidence and it's pretty damning on her so far. And they haven't even gotten to the ring footage. I think they're going to have an expert that's going to explain.
Or most of the experts. They have a lot of experts. The Commonwealth has a lot of experts to go.
I was about to say, don't they have a ring expert that's going to come up and testify possible deletion of a video? And if you add that,
we don't know what to testify to, but let's hope that they could figure out how it was deleted or when it was deleted. That would be freaking iconic.
That'd be funny if the defense tries to argue the auto deletion. Well, don't things auto delete?
That would be great.
It's
yeah, right. Let me imagine against their own nonsense. Congratulations, Jezebel, to your son for his graduation. That's amazing.
I think
Karen
honestly,
said that. You remember the cop said the other day, the cop said that not even Karen said that he went into the house. So that theory that she threw out there was a year later, claiming that she saw him go into the house, because not even there at the scene or when they talked to her did she say he went in the house. She said she didn't see him go in the house. Like,
we all follow true crime. So what is the one thing we always look for in a suspect? The changing of the alibi. And the woman changed her alibi multiple times. And that's usually a huge red flag for every single police officer, every single true crime enthusiast who watches a case, which is kind of shocking that you have Duty Ron like acting like it's like, there's a possibility this woman's innocent. It's kind of weird to me, but that's just because the woman has changed her. I mean, if he was a police officer and the woman changed her, made up an excuse like, yeah, he bumped his head a while ago, 2 days ago. That's why he's got that wound in the back of his head.
That was insane. That's like consciousness of guilt in my eyes. Like, you're saying he bumped his head 2 days ago and asked you about it. Why would he ask you about it?
Like,
that doesn't even
I don't
make any logic.
You know what I mean? Like, this is clearly someone that has lied to the police, which I'm shocked she wasn't charged for lying to the police, to be honest with you. In the Leilani Simon case, they actually charged her every single count of her lying to the cops. And that should have been a charge they should have added to this motherfucker.
Amazing.
For lying to the cops. Because that is a clear lie. Oh, he bumped his head. That's how he got those wounds.
You can say that again, Rosewater. I agree with you on this. It's sad state of affairs when you're dealing with people that are intelligent and that they know better. That's the part I think that gets me the most, is you're talking about people that know better but are pandering to what's loud or popular, or they think is loud or popular for the views. And if we all did that, like, I don't know how people look themselves in the mirror in the morning. I have to live with myself. Okay. These people clearly just don't give a shit. I don't know. Maybe they don't have a soul. No idea. Maybe I was just brought up by my grandparents and it's old school thinking. I don't know. But what I do know is I'm not willing to sit here and lie for money. Like, my channel struggles because I'm much smaller than even some of the other anti-Karen channels. I'm much smaller. I took a couple breaks with my daughter's health, with mine. Like, I'm this big compared to some of the other ones, and we struggle.
I think you name yourself wrong as an anti-Karen channel, because like the truth of the matter is you're an actual true crime channel that actually questions and actually talks about the facts of a case instead of propaganda for views. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
I mean, like, to say that you're just an anti-Karen.
I do.
I mean, the fact is,
well, not just an anti-Karen. I've covered many other cases, but
but I'm trying to say,
I think
like,
when it comes to this case,
yeah, but just because you think a vested
interest.
Yeah, but I'm saying just because. But what I'm saying is, just because you think someone is guilty doesn't make you anti. It's just you follow the evidence. I'm sure if there was evidence showing that she was innocent, you'd probably just, be like, okay, look at this evidence. This is clearly her being innocent, being framed by all these people. And that's the thing. Like, that's the difference between, like, this channel and other channels that are following the evidence, is that they looked at the evidence and they, instead of, following the money, following the views, said, no, we're not going to just sit here and just simply continue to lie to our audience and lie to ourselves and just basically defame innocent people for financial gains, because that's what it is. You have innocent people who are being defamed, who are being harassed for money, and it's really disgusting. And one day this is going to eat up on them. One day, these people who knowingly supported
I always
this
believe that
garbage
karma comes around.
Yeah.
And what are they going to do when this case is over? Like, for instance, the Sewer Turtle isn't a true crime channel. What's he going to do? He's going to start covering true crime now? He's not that kind of channel. So what's he going to do? As soon as he starts covering another case, you could smell the grift from a million miles away.
Well, he's going to be covering his own case. Isn't that a true crime?
I mean, technically, but I think he tries to jump straight to Sandra Birchmore and because he knows that most of the people from the Free Karen Read movement are going to move themselves on over to the Sandra Birchmore case. The problem with that is, if I was Sandra's family, I wouldn't want any of those people near my.
Well, isn't it interesting that none of these people gave two fucks about that poor young lady girl?
No.
Until Karen
Reed covered her case twice.
Yeah, until Karen Reed
during Karen Reed.
Oh, I can use this for my own defense. And now it's suddenly the people going there. It's like, it's very disappointing that no one focuses on clear cut corruption like that. That would be
That's what
something
that
I'd be
is
like,
there.
yeah. And
Yep.
because she's poor.
And
That was it. She's poor.
exactly it. Sandra didn't have much family, and I think that's maybe why I connected with her story and her case so much, is because like I don't have a ton of living family, a ton of support when it comes to that. So like, you know, it's just, you know, myself and my immediate, you know, kids and my sister. Like, so it's like we've all had to figure it out on our own. You know what I mean? Like that's what we do. We figure it out on our own. And you can't really rely on anybody. You know, if say for instance, you're like short $20 for groceries, like you better figure it out because there's no one to ask. You know what I'm saying? So like I feel like Sandra didn't have a ton of family like I didn't. And she was taken advantage of at a very young age. And I'm a survivor myself of sexual abuse as a child. And I just sort of felt for her. I had a child young myself. I had my daughter when I was 18, the one that has, you know, medical complexities with her rare disease. Her disease is terminal, and it's been a whirlwind of a roller coaster, you know, since she was just a few months old, it started, you know, so, but I could feel, you know, in Sandra's case, like she's pregnant, she's about to have this baby, you know, like she's super excited. This baby's going to love her and she's going to love that baby. And that hole that she had for so long of just being used like trash starts to get filled with the feeling of motherhood. And then it is all taken from her. And to have it talked about as if it was a suicide was another way that I connected with her case. My father committed suicide by hanging. And I just knew that her in that sitting position, there was no chance that that was a suicide. And so I feel like there was a couple different parts of her story that just really sunk into me as a person for things that I have been through on a personal level. And I covered it twice. So, I mean, I think it deserves that kind of attention. She deserves justice. Her loved ones, her friends, the very little family that she has left. She has an aunt. They deserve justice. But what they don't deserve is a bunch of assholes coming over to their case, trying to make another circus out of someone's death because they have nowhere else to go when this is done.
I mean, someone's bringing up lawsuits. I don't think Court TV could be sued for it, but I think I would say, like, I'm going to list the people that could be sued. Glare, Melanie Little, Rocco, Karen Reed, obviously. I think there's a possibility of Yannetti and Jackson being sued for sure. I'm not sure how, but I would probably think
huge.
because he said a lot of defamatory things about certain people and made up lies, knowing that they're falsehoods. A bunch of YouTubers probably could get sued. I mean, like, there's a slew of people that probably could get sued. Now, personally, me, the people I would want to sue if I was like, for instance, Jen McCabe, would be obviously Turtle Boy for sure. I would want to sue probably Jackson, definitely, because I think like that guy is just a piece of shit. And even if I would lose, I would want to go after him just so I can get the discovery on that motherfucker and destroy his career.
I mean, you're not going to get shit when it comes to like the glarer. He doesn't have anything to give.
Bro, he lives in a share space, but I would still sue him just so I would probably pro se motherfucking sue that guy.
I would too.
So I would just
because of like the shit.
Yeah, I would pro se litigate against him because I would have an open and shut case, and also it would probably make him like cry constantly and literally have to fight litigation for 2 years because he's a piece of shit. And a lot of the things he said was quite fucking damning. And yeah, he's going to enjoy. He would enjoy that. I think he's a real garbage human being. I think there are. Bedro, Bedro. That's a good
I mean,
one.
a lot of Bedro, yeah, Melanie Little. I'd sue the pants off of her. Facts.
Yeah.
Like, so ours husband dialed her, left a voicemail.
Oh shit. You're going to be accused of crime.
Y'all.
You're going to be accused of crime.
Conspiracy are.
Yeah, I mean, it's
conspiracy. That's what happened.
I mean, I think for the defense to actually win this case, they would have to show that there was another possible person they could have investigated, and they can't go after Cullen because obviously reasons. They can't with Higgins. They're going to be like, okay, Higgins somehow he's going to beat up John and move him over there, and everyone else is going to keep quiet about that. Why?
Oh, shit.
What?
Court's starting. Well, the
Okay.
judge is just telling them like the 3 questions. She's asking them the 3 questions.
All right. I guess you
I'm
can
waiting
start
for Freak to get up the
Freak.
yeah, his I'm waiting for him to pull up the share. I have it on my screen over here, but it's easier for him to do it because it takes that like weight off of my very little laptop that likes to sort of like stutter when a bunch of things are running on it. Like,
yeah, because you're probably what type of graphics card you're using on it, or is it integrated?
no, Freak, this one isn't shared. This one says that I can't connect this one because of the mic/cam before. It says you will need to connect their mic/cam before you can add them to the stream. Usually that one pops up and then your other one pops up. Right now it's just that one and I can't add it because there's no mic.
Yeah.
I'll put this one on until we get to that one. Hold on. Until he gets that one up and then I'll switch it.
All right, I'll jump down to like lessen the bandwidth. I'll see you. You have a good one. Bye.
Thanks, BTM. Oh, wait. Take mine out.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on. Let me get mine on.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
May I inquire?
I know, it's a good question.
Thank you. Good
He's
morning,
ready.
Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday.
What?
Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Like what?
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach you?
Yes. Yeah, I can report the sewer turtle is going to be buried in lawsuits.
So you can actually when you front page that is going to familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report.
I need coffee for this. This is crazy. I'm gonna have to order coffee. I didn't yesterday because I was like, nah, I'm a little broke, but like I'm ordering a coffee. This is gonna be nuts. How long is he gonna go on doing this nonsense?
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you.
Good morning,
Sir, did you have an
Francesca.
opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, no,
Okay.
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there?
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing, and we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an
No.
assumption or presumption, correct?
No, theories go based on evidence.
I guess
Pieces of
in
evidence.
some respect, you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not.
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Oh, they
matter.
do?
That's, that's important.
So
Which is why he's saying.
Theory, you theorized.
There is
that
not an
was
assumption.
impact spot at 34 Ferry, correct?
There is based on pieces of.
Based on the
actual
statement I hit
thing.
him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct?
Stop telling him what the answer is.
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out
The comments,
what that word
Your
means?
Honor?
Yes.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buckenick, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th,
And it was.
you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know
Maybe
what
they
cross
do that in
coordinates are?
LA.
Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move.
Bingo, Alicia.
And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item
It does, Shannon.
that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it? Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you
You
just
said no.
demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
No.
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were covered generally at 34
Like, you're
Fairview
like
Road on February
Yuri.
10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
Is that a question?
That's a question. I'm waiting.
All right, I didn't realize.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a
No,
report
it wasn't.
that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property
He's making it look
these
like a
20
clown.
odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buckenick secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's what the
location,
report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
He doesn't know.
that's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes.
No, you
That's
don't
what
tell
the
him
report
what
says.
the answer is.
That is part of the report. That is
Objection?
the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buckenick secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
Is that a question?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If
I
there
love
was a
it.
need to
Fantastic.
document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I know. I keep slacking. I need to order my coffee, Jen, because I cannot do this without coffee. He didn't do a Celtic
Look at
dance,
that.
right? Sus.
Photograph.
So sus.
Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
I know. Mine's like 3 years old. They are too expensive. I know, but then I had
Yes, I
people
do.
over so they wouldn't
What's
be
depicted
alone.
in that photograph, just generally?
I wish.
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
Morning, Kim. Listen, I can't stomach it. I just don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. You guys depend on me. Like I would have objected. You can't tell him how to answer the question. That's not how this works. Like, stop telling him that's the answer. No.
May I approach John?
Yes.
Not only that, but they don't have a need to send out GPS coordinates to find them in the same area that they found them, either on the lawn or
The evidence
next
bag would
street.
help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, Ron?
Okay.
It's like, is that a question? You were just rambling on. Was that like a question?
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the dates, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buckenick.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
Right?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
Yeah, they
That's
could have been
all it
pushed
says
there by
on
the plow.
description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
I do
don't
not
know.
know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
Oh my
No,
God.
I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Objection.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
You cannot prove
Were
that.
you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told them exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it
Go ahead.
over.
No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's them?
Them.
Them, he said them.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
So,
Yep.
Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize.
No, you don't.
Ignore my last comment.
Strike it.
You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay, since this is part of every piece of evidence. you think
We do,
this
Francesca.
evidence is
That'd be
important?
genius.
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team?
Because that's the only person who
You
would
can't
get it.
tell these jurors who it was.
Oh, please.
How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those
Objection.
to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are
Objection.
among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're gonna go through each person.
Everyone.
Yeah, he is.
There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger.
No. You want the jury to draw that line?
That's a ridiculous
Assertion.
suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper
It is
Proctor's
ridiculous.
handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years,
sure.
on evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
Is he supposed to memorize everyone's handwriting now? That's absurd. You don't know what to ask now, AJ, since you look like a fool and your rage level is already out of 10. Look at Yannetti. He's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I don't like this. He's uncomfortable. Yannetti's uncomfortable.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by him.
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. Might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't.
Well, you provided the document to me, so
Correct, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, who else would
well, I
have
got it
labeled?
from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, objection.
Questions, please.
Sure.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up and ask a
That
damn
appears to
question.
be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, in terms of the first tab, local tab,
Yeah, aliens. He turned it over to an alien. Like, you want the jury to believe that he just turned it over to a random stranger? Like, that is silly. So silly.
Some of these came off.
it's fine, it's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes?
Yeah, they
written
should.
From Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. These,
The highlight,
yes.
what's
I
the
love you,
word
Anna.
that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document, please?
Mm-hmm. She said sidebar. That's what she said. We're gonna play it. If I can get down to it. Yeah, because he handed it over to aliens. Yeah, I mean, you have to remember the jury is watching this and they're not going to be kindly on the way that she's demanding them around. I forgot to do this spiel in the beginning, so I guess I'll do it now. While we're sitting here, there's 247 of you across 2 platforms. If you can do me a favor, hit the like button, the subscribe button. If you would like to donate to the channel, it's very helpful. We struggle because we're a smaller channel. We don't have some of the options that bigger channels have when it comes to monetization. We only have these options. So we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime, and good old e-gift cards, which Anna sends me in Amazon, which I love you for, Anna. Thank you. I'm saving them all to get another AC. That's what I'm doing with them. Also, reminder, there's no show Sunday because it's Mother's Day. And I'm going to attempt to relax on Mother's Day. And anybody who finds himself home doing nothing on Mother's Day is more than welcome to come over, grill a burger with us, have a seat in the yard, hang out, and just have hopefully a relaxing day like I am planning on having. I'd be checked out if I was the jury at this point. I'm telling you that much. Like, he's not really proving anything, like you want him to be a handwriting expert, a GPS coordinate expert. Like maybe they do that in LA, Jackson. They do not GPS coordinate every piece of evidence. Sorry to tell you. Sorry, not sorry, sir. That's not the way they do it here. So you want him to know the handwriting. He cannot possibly know the handwriting of all the people he works with, even if you've seen it dozens of times over many years. I mean, I wouldn't. Like, what the hell? I know my handwriting. Maybe my grandmother's from cards every single year. God bless her soul. But I absolutely am not going to know my coworker's handwriting. That's absurd. We call it resting duck face over here. Resting duck face. That's what she has. This. And I didn't notice this. One of you guys pointed it out, but Nathan Reed also has resting duck face. He does this all the time. The jury can't possibly like what he's doing. If they're normal people, there's no way. Right. Over 50 people to frame her?
Yes.
Come on, man. It's absurd. Absurdity. It's such a stretch.
Business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that.
I agree.
If there's a reason that you have to leave, an emergency or weather conditions, you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn,
Yes.
near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
So
it's the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
He already said that. Objection.
It's secondhand. Let's use that word. Secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so
True.
yes.
My brother used to.
I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't remember who you talked to.
No.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said.
That's not true.
It's hand in hand, doesn't it?
No.
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
a bag you didn't fill out, correct?
Objection.
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember. No.
Yury's like, and your point, sir.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag,
It's still in the bag.
was
Seriously?
not booked until
Yeah, he's waiting for it. He's like,
March
go ahead and
14th,
say.
2022,
Mm,
correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buckenick, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that
There's
nature?
no evidence
You know the
log.
difference?
Oh my God.
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're
Yeah, you are.
testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence
You are
on
claiming, though.
February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence,
To say that he's not suggesting or he's not saying anything but asking questions is just a bull-faced lie. I mean, even the jury can see that. The jury can see that he's not just asking questions. So, like,
Okay.
you just showed the jury that you're a liar in front of them. Like, how fucking stupid do you have to be? Like, like, I'm sorry. If I was Karen Reed, I would have fired these people and just, like, let it be a mistrial at this point or fired these idiots. Like, because they're allowed to ask repetitive questions to try to trip someone up. That's why they're allowed to ask them, but there is a limit on asking the same, it being asked and answered over and over and over and over and over. Like this, the jury's watching all of this with Karen. Most defendants don't do all that. Like, it's not going to be a good look. She knows it's not because the last jury didn't find it cute. But imagine saying, like, in front of the jury, saying, I'm not claiming. You look at how uncomfortable David Yannetti is. His career is now flushed down the drain, and he can thank Alan Jackson and Karen for that. He looks highly uncomfortable, David Yannetti does. Move it along.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, come
I
on.
think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs.
You think?
Documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry.
He's nice. He's quiet and mysterious when you meet him in person.
You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them.
No, exactly. She'd be free, like an idiot she is. She wants to grandstand a grand conspiracy that nobody could believe. He's answering the questions, but he's not being evasive just because he's not answering the way Alan Jackson wants him to answer. Alan Jackson wants a giant grand conspiracy. That's not what happened here. So, I mean, Alan Jackson has a tendency to twist people's words. I'd be careful with the words that I use as well and the way that I answer a question as well, because as we know, Alan Jackson loves to twist people's words. To use an adjective that he can twist later. So, unfortunately, witnesses have to be like this with him.
Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form.
No, he needs
If you
to
look
at
through
the whole thing.
the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked
That's
into
the other
the crime lab?
Questions aren't
before
being
March
asked.
14th?
Comments are being made by
I'll take a
AJ,
look.
but not so many questions are being asked. Alan Jackson is saying a lot of commentary and trying to hide it as a question at the very end. That's not asking a question. So, I mean, once again, you can't really say he's being evasive. He's listening to 7 things of commentary, and then Alan Jackson wants him to answer yes or no. If he answers yes, you're answering yes to all of it, including all the commentary in front of it. If you answer no, you're answering no to all of it, including all the commentary. So, like, I would be a little evasive as well with my answer because I'm not answering yes to all that nonsense that you said before you asked the damn question. Like, you kind of have to break it down in a way, Sarah Lynn, that, like, makes sense when it comes to the way trials work and the way questions are supposed to be asked in trial. There's a reason why he's answering them this way. I would, too, if I was the witness, any of these witnesses. The history that Alan Jackson has of trying to use people's words and make them sound nefarious when they are not. Unfortunately, you kind of have to with this guy.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
The
So they
lab.
were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
They were already in evidence by the 10th.
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
They go in evidence.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on
That's
February
evidence.
10th,
Goes in
and they were in
evidence.
our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
What?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct?
Sarah's always there.
As
She's
you
always
said.
watching.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later.
Bingo.
correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these
bag.
items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
The
This
bag
is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Objection.
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation
He did.
indicating
The bag.
where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
The bag is the document.
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No,
He
no
answered it.
comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors.
The
as to
bag.
Where those items went
You idiot.
and in whose possession they remain, specifically
He does.
between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them.
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
to-
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just to
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
This is absurdity. He answered it. The bag is the document. They write it on the bag and it immediately goes into evidence. That is the
As the
document.
supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your
Way
duties
beyond
would be
the
to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked
I correct
eventually
them,
at the
Sarah,
crime lab on March 14th, 2022
because they have to keep an eye
was
out
done
for
so
them.
by Michael
So
Proctor, correct?
people don't see you a lot.
I'm not sure exactly who
They might have
delivered
seen
it
sometimes.
or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You have to remember we do get trolls, so they're on high alert. You can't blame
Take a
them
look at
because
that.
we get a lot of them. But
Tell
I
me if that
corrected
refreshes
them.
your
You're
recollection.
here. You're always watching.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
Shocker.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
They keep forgetting.
And you're
to-
also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Gotcha.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some,
just tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
on the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second?
the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the,
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just, one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have these marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the common?
No objection.
Okay.
Morning, beauty queen. I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm literally trying to order my
Exhibits
coffee.
112A and B.
I need a coffee. I can't do this.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, and I woke up with a headache this morning and I took Advil. And
Taking
like,
a look at this.
not going away because I need caffeine. It's a possibility. We're still on the bag. I
Can you
can't.
describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February
Copy with
11th,
your
so
Baileys.
that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke?
That.
You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay,
about any of that.
we can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you can leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right, you can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. General,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay, that's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you
Did
could
you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself.
Brennan? I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a LINS number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please.
John
Do
DePetra
you see,
reporting
first of all,
something's
on the
going on
bottom,
with father of Karen Reed,
the
staring at the jury.
same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And-
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay, and then the next page, please, the final page.
Why is he
The-
being allowed to
Said
ask him
C.
how big they are? It's not.
Do you
I
see
mean,
the
you
same
can see the
designator on
ruler.
the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the
Need
ground.
to leave John alone.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area.
Let's hope so, Shannon.
I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
you collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything.
snow
We
on the ground,
simply
dumbass.
allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional
Whatever it was.
items.
Because you don't want to move it, right?
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground, but you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, right?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, right?
Mhm.
Agreed, Harpo.
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little, right?
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor
They didn't
on
see them.
February 11th.
They weren't there. There was still
The day
snow.
after you
It had
were
been very
there,
little, but
correct?
still.
Did not
That
see
is-
that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
He's already answered that 100 times.
We can take this down.
Oh, can we? This is torturous. I thought Alessi was bad. This whole like comments and like trying to like testify for the witness thing. I don't know any judge that would have allowed him to continue on like this way with the comments that he makes trying to testify for the witness. Isn't the answer? I don't know
I'll
any
change
judge
gears
allowed
for a
to do
second.
that.
Sergeant, if it's okay with you,
If it's
and
okay
switch
with you.
to
Like he has a choice.
the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving CF McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something
Yes,
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Reflecting off my glasses. I need to put my glasses on.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
from his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes,
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh,
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, guys. I need to take my contacts out and put my glasses on. My contacts were bothering my eyes, and I didn't really want to put my glasses on because it reflects the light, but I needed to. My eyes are bugging me with the contacts. So I am now your librarian. Oh, yeah, none of them. None of them. I have new contacts, but I had a family member pick them up and they have them, and I don't live near them, so I kind of have to wait. I don't really have a choice. I do have contacts because I am blind as a bat. I guess while we're on this little break, I wasn't ignoring you guys in comments. I was just trying to change my contacts out. I'll check real quick and see if I have any donations. I don't think I have. gotten anything, but my phone's been sitting here with you guys while I was in the bathroom putting my glasses on so I can see. But if you would like to donate to the channel, you can do so on Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have all those options, and we have an Apple Pay link we can put in chat. Oh, I do have one. We have our first one of the day. It's $15. I'm not going to read the name because I don't read people's, government names. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my friend. I also want to say like an early happy Mother's Day to all the moms and single dads out there, because I won't see you guys till after Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day to all the single dads, all the moms, and all the fur parents, all the fur mommies, all the ones that have just the fur babies. You're still moms too. You're furry moms. You guys have to take the 4-legged or 2-legged or 3-legged, depending on if they're disabled, all those friends. And you guys are moms too, because those are like your babies, Pets are like babies. They're a part of the family. So you're still a mom, even if you only have pets. They're just as much work. Believe me, I had a puppy when my middle was a baby, and it was like having 2 babies. Like, Alma, I hear you. I hear you. I literally hear you. You guys, and my eyes were itchy. Yeah. You guys depend on me to sort of tell you what's happening. So I don't have a choice most of the time, unless I have to get up and go to the bathroom, or like I just do with my contacts, take my contacts out, put my glasses on. I don't have a choice but to sort of pay attention, right? Listen to everything and tell you guys, right? So I have to suck it down and suck through it, unfortunately, even in the sucky parts where Jackson's talking about a bag for 2 hours. I do think the judge is going to want to move him along here, though. We're not going to spend 2 hours on an evidence bag. This is absurd. Like, if you want the jury to believe some stretch here that Proctor did it all, it's all Proctor, he's the sole conspirator. Now you want to throw in Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Those were your third-party culprits that you claimed to the court, right? Right? So they're all in on it. But then you question Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts as if they're in on it, and then the EMTs as if they're in on it. So you want a jury to believe that everyone's covering for everyone, yet all of the evidence proves that Karen is the only one that could have done the crime. Sure, go for it. I don't think a jury's going to buy that. They didn't buy it in the first trial. I'm not really sure why they thought it would also be bought in the second. Like, they already knew that a jury didn't buy it in the first one. I thought they were going to do some retooling. Doesn't look like they did much retooling. Like, what is the motive? Higgins was madly in love with Karen, even though he's not the one who reached out to Karen. She's the one who reached out to him. Like, it not only is it an asinine defense, it is the most ridiculous thing that you want them to believe. Like, right? It might not be my contacts. It totally could be him poking me in the eye. You might be right, Alicia. Kind of like the Three Stooges. Boink! Like, my contacts are starting to bother me. It's probably AJ's fault, just saying. But, but I was like, I got to get these contacts out. I don't like wearing my glasses. It reflects the light, and I don't like that for you guys. Shouldn't have to, like, see the reflection in my glasses of the light. I kind of turn them a little bit away so that it doesn't happen unless I get closer, but hopefully it's not a distraction to you guys. I also don't like wearing glasses. I don't think I look good in glasses. I think I look terrible in a pair of glasses. So just saying. I'm also wearing my blue hair today. You guys probably can't see it from far away, but I'm wearing my blue highlights in honor of John and his family with my blue sweatshirt. So I know, I'm sorry. It does make me wonder, Insider Man. It makes me wonder quite a bit about the collective intelligence of some people, if this is like easily bought by them. You know what I'm saying? Like, at this point in the trial, like, oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry, beauty queen. They're still babies. They're everyone's babies. My daughter has service animals, so, her service dogs are her babies, and they're still babies. So where you might not be a mom with actual human babies, the fur babies are still your baby.
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a
Oh, perfect.
Court or
Court state.
jury exiting, just fold your notebooks and take on the stand, please, and just step right up. Thank you.
Let's see if they let the jury out and then they.
Hey there, Karen
you,
Reed,
you
trial
guy,
watchers. You know what a lot.
you shut your pie hole. I can't listen to that guy. I can't do it. Yeah, right. Do they document the document of the documents? Like, is that what they're doing? Like, the document is the bag. They're signing it saying on the 10th, it is being put into evidence. Then they take it out on the 14th and bring it to the lab. So then it's documented, brought to the lab on the 14th. It doesn't need to be documented every day. But it was there on the 10th. It was there on the 11th. It was there on the 12th. It was there until his suggestion that he could have just handed it off to anyone is not only so absurd. Like, you want a jury to believe that? Okay, hold on. Oh, I unmuted. I don't know what happened.
You deserve. Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can.
Okay, I don't know what that was. They kind of just brought their commercial back. Like, what was that?
By clicking the link below
Let's see if
or
they
scanning
do
the
anything.
QR code
Hold
on
on.
screen.
I can have them. That'd be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim.
No, thank you, guys. I think I look terrible.
All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Okay. Well. So Leon said those texts look worse for Karen than Higgins, since Higgins seems more confused at what Karen's doing than someone who's in passionate love affair with them. Exactly. He starts questioning her in those texts. Like, what do you like? Why are you texting me? Like, what do you want? You know what I mean? Like, so I don't think, like, it's not going the way that they think it is. That's the thing. Like, I don't like them. I don't know. Maybe it's me. I don't know. I just think they look awful on me. I know they can't totally retool, but the way that you ask questions can be retooled. You don't have to come with that much aggression, right? You certainly don't have to make suggestions that the state police gave it to an alien or the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot instead of their own team, right? Like, it wasn't handed to a person off the street. That's common sense. Like, for AJ to even make that comment, well, it could have been anyone. No, it couldn't have been anyone. It's not the nature of their job. They don't just go and take evidence and go, hey, you guy, you right there, you come here, take this. Like, what? That's utterly absurd. Like, for him to want to make that sort of line to be drawn by a jury, like he's lost his marbles. Funny enough, my little is actually my rainbow baby. So I send love to all those moms as well. All those parents as well. I know, Jane, it's frustrating. Believe me, I get it. Right? You document them. Bag contains bag. I want a bag that says a bag contains bag. No, he doesn't. And I think also he goes by what California has. California state is 10 times bigger than us, and maybe they GPS coordinate every piece of evidence, but the state of Massachusetts doesn't have that kind of funding to GPS coordinate every piece of evidence. We're not California. We're not the size of California by a long shot. So maybe he should have, made himself familiar with what is appropriate in this area and what is not appropriate, because you also want the jury to believe you, and this is not believable to a jury. Like, yeah, they do earlier and earlier, and yeah, they last longer and longer. Like, right? I can't. That law and crime guy drives me nuts. I don't know why. It's his voice. I don't know. I just can't do it. Like, right? Anything could have happened. Anything. Okay, well, it doesn't matter what happened to them between February 10th and 14th. It matters what happened to them on January 29th. And what happened to them was your client backed her car into Mr. O'Keefe and they ended up on the ground. That's what happened to them. Like, that's my problem, Insider Man. Why is the court having to ask them for it? They should already have it. Like, they should be prepared for this. It shouldn't be you're just pulling things out now or you're looking for things now. Like, you should be fully prepared. And I want to know, like, did the court address Karen sitting on her phone? Just asking for a friend. Like, you know, texting away at the defense table. Like, it's only 10:30. Like, come on, man. Oh, I'm sorry, Scorpio Moon Girl. We'll hold it down here for you. You know, I'll try to give you the best update when you get back that I can. Yet so unorganized. Like, we can check and see anything from John. Yeah, I mean, she was in a rage. That's very, very clear that she was in a rage. Like, when she backed into him, nobody backs up at 24 miles per hour, like, by accident. You know what I mean? Like, the conspiracy isn't working, so they try to put the blame on everyone. Hello, my friend. Everybody say hi to my friend Kara. This is my friend Kara. She doesn't get to watch a lot, so she's popping in today to say hi. Probably better anyway to switch to YouTube, Kara, because that way you can be like read the chat. Oh my God, it was so painful, Anna. I do have to say though, you guys' great one-liners during like the defense cross is what keeps me going. It keeps me laughing. I literally am like dying laughing over here at some of the stuff you guys say. It is fun here. Oh, thank you. I don't know why. I just don't like the way I look in glasses. I don't know. I do think it is fun here. Yes, he can reword his questions. It doesn't have to be so aggressive. John DePetro, 24 minutes ago. Something going on with father of Karen Reed. Yeah, we saw this one. Who is staring at the jury. I saw a member of the jury almost make a face like, why are you staring at me? Mr. Reed seems angry. I'd be angry if I was him. This is not going their way very clearly. Karen looked angry too. Anybody see Karen like barking orders at AJ? Like, she looked kind of angry too. Yeah, I've been wearing contacts since 6th grade. So I've had glasses since about 5th grade. It's very true though. The older you get, the less you care. If I was a weed smoker or a weed eater, I'd probably have already done it by now. I'm not going to lie. I do not smoke weed. But if I was one of those people, I would have probably already toked. I'm not even going to lie. Jackson probably makes people want to smoke. He makes me want to puff my vape more. I'll tell you that much. I cut out cigarettes completely, so I only vape now. But I'll tell you, he definitely makes me want to take more puffs of my vape than I should. Like, yeah. And what they did was they reconstructed. Right. And we've met Yuri. He's very like tall and handsome, but he's also very quiet. He's very quiet, stoic. He's very professional. He's not like a goof in his job. Like he's super duper professional in the way that you should conduct yourself as an officer, especially a professional. So it's like you're barking up the wrong tree, trying to discredit the guy that like does his job properly. Like, you know, right? I mean, I don't, if I were you guys, I probably would have already. Right? I know. I don't either, unless it's my birthday or something. I really want to do like a party bus for my birthday this year, but I have plenty of time to plan that since it's not till November. But you know what I do want to do is this summer, I want to get a lot of you guys together or whoever wants to come at least when we go down to the Saco River, because it's going to be a blast. And I think this time we usually camp. We usually camp on the river. But we could also do this with throwing in and like rent a house on the river. That would be fun too. Right? You go for it, girl. You go for it. Yep. 75% acceleration. She hit that gas. That's not a mistake. That's not an accident, you know? Right? Mine is too. Mine's virtual. So I don't have to worry about going anywhere or getting anywhere when I don't have a car. My therapy is virtual, so I can do it right there on the phone or on video. I love you guys. Oh, I love you guys. Most people are doing it, actually, Kara. The same thing. Most people are doing the same thing. This is my friend Potluck, so now that you guys know each other. Mystic says it's ridiculous. Like, how was Proctor supposed to get these pieces when they were already finding them prior, and video shows the damage clearly from earlier? It doesn't work out for critical thinkers. There's no room in the timeline. Like, how did Proctor get the taillight, and when did he bring it to 34 Fairview? Because there's no space. There's no time that he could have done that. That's the timeline, right? We are a funny bunch. I've heard Julie Grant say in the past that most judges would not put up with any of Karen's nonsense in the court. No, they wouldn't. Absolutely not. This judge puts up with more than I've ever seen any judge put up with. Grant's reporting that the Reeds were reprimanded at a sidebar, probably for staring at the jury, I'm guessing. Or maybe that's why they're so angry. I don't know. Where is he hearing that, though? Like, that's the one problem I have with that statement is where is he hearing that from? Because if we're not getting a report of that from inside the courtroom, I don't tend to just buy all of that. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that it will explain him being pissed off, but like you're staring at the jury. Maybe you could be reprimanded for that, but doesn't mean you're going to be. We do. We literally do. Ooh, latte. That sounds good. Carrie's going to have to come by after work one day, or maybe come over for Mother's Day and hang out and have a cookout. That's what you should do, Carrie. You should stop by for Mother's Day. We're having people over to have a cookout. And yeah, Paul was moved to the court because of it. Paul was not the only one moved. FYI, there, average juror. If you didn't notice that, Paul was not the only one moved. And no offense, but I think that the victim's family has put up with quite a bit of bullshit. Quite a bit of bullshit. So I honestly could care less if John's mother punched someone in the face. At this point, I probably already would have. So the fact that they haven't, like, shows that they have more restraint than I do when putting up with other people's BS. They've been heckled. They've been harassed. They've been screamed at. They've been stared down. They've had comments made to them in the courtroom. I don't really care where Paul was moved. That's the victim's family. I hear you, girl. He is very tall. I didn't expect him to be as tall as he was. Like, I expected him to be tall, but not, he's towering tall. Like, of course, girl, of course. Yes, just like the sewer turtle. He's super tall. About this big. He's a little itty bitty guy. He's a little itty bitty guy. Like, yeah, more than welcome. If you just send me an email or text message, you guys live in the area, you're more than welcome to come over. Yes, Sunday's Mother's Day. Come by my house. It'll be nice out. Yeah, we camp on the river. Right on the side of the river. Not literally on the river. I mean, you could. They make those like things now that are like tents inside the things that float. I mean, you could. I bet you guys don't know what that is. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I won't see you guys before Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day to everybody. All the moms, even with the fur babies. Proctor teleported the taillight, right? Like, that's what he must have done. Like, oh, you know? Yeah, so come over on Sunday. False. Nathan Reed was moved. Sorry to tell you there, bub. Yeah. You know, here's the thing. And I don't technically usually like to, like, you know, say much about other creators. Other creators do what they do. But sometimes Grant has a habit of putting information in that isn't always correct. And adding in opinion as if it's a fact, or a suspicion as if it's a fact. So unless I'm getting reports from the courtroom that happened, I'm not tending to just believe things that anyone says. We have people in the courtroom, and I would have probably gotten that information by now. I haven't checked, but I probably would have gotten that information if that had happened. So Nathan Reed was moved from his space. He absolutely was. So I guess you haven't been paying attention, have you? The commencement Commencing. Not. Someone needs to get him a neck pillow. It would fall to bits. They might. Like, all right. We gave you enough time. Yeah, everyone's covered. You are an absolute genius, average juror. Do me a favor. Never be a detective. You'd be terrible at it. Okay. Don't ever be a detective. Number one. Number two, nobody's covering for the Alberts or McCabe's, dude. Please. What exactly are you saying that the Alberts or McCabe's did? They didn't break Karen's taillight, right? They didn't make her car back up at 24 miles an hour, 60 feet. And they didn't make John's phone stop moving forever, seconds after she backed up. So normal people would take that information, the actual pieces of evidence, and go, wait a second, that doesn't fall into some vast conspiracy. But nope, not good old FKR. You should take that stuff over to the Glairer. Bye now. I can't. I just can't. Like, it's normal critical thinking skills are not that hard. And I will not entertain people coming here saying the Alberts and McCabe's are being like the Alberts and McCabe's are innocent cooperating witnesses who have been harassed into oblivion because the Sua turtle said that they're bad. And Karen fed him information that half of it, by the way, was false. Karen is the one who fed him information that the taillight was found on top of the snow, by the way, early on in this. And then when we found out that wasn't true, they stopped talking about it. Like, there are plenty of things we go that Karen fed him directly that weren't even true, that we know for a fact weren't true. So if you people are still following that now, and you're still believing the words that are coming out of his mouth, never mind the fact that he wouldn't know a mass general law if it punched him in the face, or how to interpret something happening in court if it punched him in the face, then you really, really need to rethink where you're getting your information from. Even I tell my audience to check the information. Like, come on now. I always trust John. John's always willing to tell us what's actually going on. That's for sure. Ooh, yes. I actually I just ordered my coffee. I wasn't going to do it because I'm a little broke, but like, Jackson is like not leaving me a choice. So I just ordered mine via DoorDash, which gets expensive because those DoorDash fees are crazy. Like, oh, good. He'll be there next week too. Score. Thank you, John. No, they shouldn't be allowed so close to the jury, but they're the ones that bitched and whined about the bigger courtroom and how they needed the smaller one because, well, they can't all see the witness stand from a certain point of view. So, that's the one Alan Jackson wanted. So that's what they got, was the smaller courtroom. Like, yeah, there's a court officer seated with them. You notice that? It's not a court officer seated with the family of the victim. They're seated with the Reed family. Oh my God. Do you want to know what's funny about that? Is actually not last year, but the year before we went to Saco, we camp on the beach, but there's like a sign that says like, don't camp from here on. And it's usually because if it rains or the water comes, it'll come all the way up. So we wake up in the morning and we're literally right on the other side of that sign, literally right on the other side. We wake up in the morning and the people next to us had camped after the sign and they woke up in water in their tent. The tent was collapsing. Like, why? Because it rained. It rained and the water came up and up and up. And throughout the day, it went back down and back down and back down. But their tent was in water and being dragged off. They woke up in like a few inches of water. So they had to pack all their stuff up. It didn't float. It was not floating. But they do have floating tents now, which is amazing to me. Dude, if we have a zombie apocalypse, I'm telling you, I know a bunker in Canada that we can all go to. I'll meet y'all right where you live in Canada. Got to get a bug out bag during the zombie apocalypse. Burns doesn't look good. Yes, God bless the O'Keefes. They've put up with a lot of bull crap. I mean, you're probably right. We are in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. That's what we're watching on the TV right now. we're watching the zombies. We are watching them. Oh, I know. The only part of Court TV I'll watch is Julie Grant. We love Julie. I keep forgetting to send her a message and tell her. But she's the only one willing to actually say what's happening. So, but anything else on court TV, I won't listen to, because a lot of the time the attorneys don't even look up the case that they're said to talk about. And to me, that's bad form. You're not even like clearly looking into the details of something you're going to be talking about on TV. They'll get the details wrong, like big details wrong, and make assumptions based on things they haven't even followed when it comes to the case. You know, it's very possible that they could be, Jezebel. I wouldn't put it past them. I do think it's starting to hit him, Katie, that his little princess is probably not getting out of this one, with her own words. You know, I don't think, no, his cross isn't finished. No, because she won't be just put in medical, Lisa. That's not how it works in prison. We don't just put people in medical just because they have medical conditions. You still are in general, unless you're literally dying, you're not going to be housed in the infirmary. Like, you're not going to be in what we would call HSU for the women's prison, but you're not going to be housed there unless you're like dying of cancer and actively like bedbound, or you broke a leg, or like if you just have medical conditions, you'll be living with everyone else. And I'll promise you, the medical care is not great in jail. That's for sure. Like, oh, he's losing a lot of control. That's a shock though, right? Like, but his cross isn't finished. I don't think you're going to, Potluck. What reasonable? They can't put reasonable. You can't argue something so ridiculous and have a reasonable thought in all of that. Like, oh, he wasted lots of money. And remember his golfing time. He's not happy about that. I don't see Mr. Reed in view at any point today. Is there another feed somewhere? Well, there's Zoom. So you can sign on to Zoom and sort of watch the Karen Cam and Zoom, but we're not allowed to broadcast it. And I don't, Grant's doing it at his own peril, because the court has made it very clear they do not want anybody broadcasting it. Nobody has permission to be broadcasting the Zoom. We're not supposed to be. And that is why most of the channels that were broadcasting it took it down. Lauren Crime stopped playing the Karen Cam because of the court. So, you know, that's where you're seeing some of that, or where we're seeing some of that. I know Ashley has it up on her other screen so she can look and see what Karen looks like, but we can't rebroadcast it, you know. Mr. Reed is so bent he's not visible when sitting down. Well, he does this thing like a baby, you know, like a baby with his head bobbing around. Like, ask him if we can borrow it, Kara. Ask him if we can borrow it or rent it. Rent their condo in Saco on the river. It's really weird that Marge told Gary that don't let her take the pills. So this happened before, when things didn't go her way. Yeah, well, she throws these fits. I mean, look at her. Did you see the way she was like yelling at Jackson? Like, I'm sorry, but that doesn't look good in front of a jury. Colorado's on my bucket list too, but Nashville's on it first. We're gonna have to go to Nashville first, Kara. Nashville. Camping by the river is so much fun. It's like when you wake up in the morning and you go out, like, it's just pure serene. Like, some of the videos and pictures I took while I was there was like I was the first one awake in the morning going out to make coffee. And it was just beautiful. Just like you have like a little bit of like fog on the top of the water, and like it's beautiful. And you go in like July or August when the water is the warmest. You're coming with me on that trip this year, Kara. We're going to have so much fun. If you want to know how Karen became a horrible person, look at her parents. I mean, her mother looks like she's checked out most of the time. Love everything about the traffic. I bet the traffic's probably not something we're going to love. It's going to get worse as it goes on, and that will mean Karen we will start to let her tightly held mask slip more and more. Yeah, and she has been, you know. Ooh, that sounds like fun, Anna. I had a friend that lived in Boulder forever ago, a long time ago. I cannot watch Vinny at all. He's so one-sided. It makes me want to throw things at the TV screen. And I have a nice TV that I got for Christmas that I would like to not have broken. That sounds like fun. Yeah, well, he's also got to learn to, you know, calm down some of the rebelness and pull in some of the opinions as if they're fact. That's not going to help. But you know, unfortunately, when you try to help people, they don't always want to listen. It's not a black soul. It's not a black soul. You can see the white around the top of the soul where it starts. It is a shadow from taking the picture. It's at night. Snow reflects, what is it, 95% of light? And they took the picture at night. It's a shadow. It's not a black soul. It's the shadow. You can literally see the top of the white of the soul and then the shadow that makes it look like it's black. It's a shadow. It is not a black soul. And tell your friend Dixie Doodle that they're not even going to hear the defense argue that it's a different shoe, because the defense knows it's not a different shoe. And they also know how utterly ridiculous it is to try to claim that it would be. They know that it is a picture and that it is a shadow. It's a shadow. It's not a black soul. It's not a different sneaker. It's a shadow. And you will never hear the defense argue that it's a different shoe. This is what I don't get with people. If they don't even realize that the defense isn't even going to argue that, don't you think that'd be a huge thing in a case like this? Like, oh, it's a setup. See, look, it's a completely different shoe. They definitely set it up. Yes, it would be. The defense would be screaming it from the rooftop that it's a different shoe. It's not a different shoe. They've had these pictures since day one. They were in trial one. It is a shadow. I'm down too. We need to do Nashville. That needs to happen. We got to make that happen. Oh, when I go camping, I make it glamping, Lisa. You know, we get air mattresses and electricity. So we make it glamping for sure. Like Idaho Springs. Ooh, natural hot springs. I've never done a natural hot spring. That would be fun. I also want to do that thing. I think it's, oh God, Arkansas, where you can go and dig for diamonds. And like, they're just naturally like deposited there. And people have found like huge uncut like diamonds. I think it's Arkansas. I want to try that so bad. Some people spend like a couple of days there, especially after it rains, because it brings stuff up, you know? Just let him, or I think it's a murder conspiracy. It's true. Like, I mean, they're going to have to figure it out, you know? Like they're going to, I mean, the defense isn't even going to be yelling it's a different shoe because it's not a different shoe. It's just a shadow. Forensic Inspector Jackson, is he really, really scared? I don't know. You think he might be. Like, I was just going to say, when I go to Florida, it's like I never want to return. I would just want to stay there forever. Like, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea, Jezebel. I don't, once again, I feel like he kind of tries to go too far sometimes and sees other people doing things and just, I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea. I think, you know, we should let her grieve as a parent on Mother's Day. And if Paul is probably going to spend Mother's Day with his mother, you know, it's going to be probably an emotional day. She's lost 2 of her children. I'm not sure that that's appropriate. You're welcome. You're totally welcome. Good morning, Ren. All right, let's see. Does anyone think Bill Reed is putting on a sympathy show for the jurors? Well, apparently he was glaring at them, and one of them was looking at him like, what the fuck are you looking at? So I don't know about sympathy. You know, acting like he would die if she's convicted. I mean, he looks like he's dying in the courtroom, to be honest. Like, nothing like having your own murder trial interrupted by your parents kicking off at the jury or your lawyers. Yeah, I mean, come on, just not looking good for her. Ooh, I've never done winter camping. I'm not going to lie. It sounds fun, but cold at the same time. Ooh, there's a place in South Carolina for that. I'll have to look that up too. Oh, with 3 small kids too? Yeah, no. Not doing it with. Usually when we do Saco, we do that just the adults. It's like the one trip we take is just adults. Ooh, Egg McMuffin sounds good. Yeah, that mud probably would be in your crack, just saying. Yeah, morning break. A half-hour morning break. Sort of. They've sort of moved him along a little bit, but pretty much anything they want at this point. She's, you know, they're not prepared. So something about things being photocopied, I don't know. I like it. Not that it's too hot, but it's not as humid as here. Like it's got a different kind of humidity than what we have here. Like it's like oppressively hot when it's hot here because the humidity is so high. It's humid there, but not as humid and sticky as what's here in the summer, at least. Plus, I usually go in like September, October, and it's fairly nice weather. Yeah, they're not, they just want to control everyone else. They can't even control their own facial expressions. Like, just that report that Mr. Reed was like staring at the jurors, and like one of the jurors kind of looked back at him like, what the fuck are you looking at? You know? So cringy. Jackson doing a great job of making sure the jury knows just how bad this is going to be. Why be the lawyer you know is delusional? Oh yeah, he's super delusional. Super delusional. Like, you didn't miss anything super important. Just kind of along the same lines of like the stuff from yesterday. I can't stand the Sewer Turtle's face, voice, or anything that has anything to do with him, to be honest. It's just an awful human being. Bill now has to have his mortician sit in the back row so a court officer can stand right next to Bill. He needs a neck pillow. I love Maine too. It's New Hampshire, Maine border, but it's, you could pick either side on the river. It depends on what part of the river you want to go up, you know? I know. Wouldn't that be nice? The court has told them that they can't be on any one person for more than like a minute or 10 seconds or something like that, which is so absurd to me. And this is from the Reed camp complaining last year about it. Yeah, that sounds cold to me. Very cold. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Willow. Willow sends $5. Thank you so much. It's our second dono of the day. Woo! If anybody else wants to send a donation to the channel, we could really use the help for sure. These sort of 8-hour streams are kind of killing us. If you'd like to help out, you can do so at Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime, and we have an Apple Pay link as well. It's definitely super helpful. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I quit smoking. But you know, the vape is next, obviously. One thing at a time for me. Trying one thing at a time, Alicia. I mean, I don't think we like your methodology. Thank you, Willow. I appreciate that. Speaking of coffee, my coffee's got to be here by now, no? Like, yeah, autumn camping is good. Oh, my hair goes poof no matter what. I am a funny mix of Irish and Spanish. And so, yeah, my hair goes poof no matter what, unfortunately. Ooh, yeah, I would love to go. Or we could all meet, maybe, do a trip. That would be fun, right? Like, that would be fun. Ooh, the Northern Lights. Those would be cool. Those would be cool. The lawyer knows the lowest of the low because he's too smart for this and knows she hit. Oh, yeah, it's the grift. I mean, okay, so we're 2 hours, 25 minutes in. So most of the free Karen Reed channels by now have made hundreds of dollars. Hundreds. At 2 hours and 25 minutes into their streams. They're willing to say whatever keeps that money rolling in. It doesn't matter what they have to say. They'll just keep saying it. Like, I love Vermont. I've been to Vermont a million times. It's beautiful. I worked up in Killington for a Oktoberfest one year. It was gorgeous. Oof, you're going to have to visit. You're going to have to visit. Jack, he's a plaintiff's lawyer in vehicle collisions. 100% knows the defense is lying. He's got pissed off when I pointed that out to him. Ooh, shocker. He got mad when you pointed out the grift. It's amazing to me because when they call people from this side grifters, I have to laugh, especially me because I'm a small channel, 2,000 subs. You know, I took a very long break with my daughter's disease. And so there was a long period of time where I wasn't here. So I didn't have that chance to grow in that period that most of the other channels did. And so, and the result of that, I rely on donations from my channel. They don't have to rely on it, FKR channels, because not only do they have the hundreds of dollars of donations coming in every few minutes or so. But they have the memberships, the merch, they get paid per view by being monetized. Like the list goes on and on. So like the grift there is much bigger, but they're willing to say whatever they want. And I'm like, dude, I don't even make like $10 an hour most days if I'm doing a whole court stream of 8+ hours. Most of the time it's not even $8 or $10 an hour. So like, where's the grift? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to call people grifters from this side of the hill that are willing to tell the truth about it, like, it's one of the dumbest insults you could give, because the money isn't over here. We're not getting a shit ton of money this way. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're willing to tell the truth, and that's something that they don't like. So, you know, we get a couple donations here and there, you know, throughout stream, but most of the time it's minimal. And so I'm like, where's the grift? Explain it to me. Someone explain to me where it's at. Like, they can't. That's just the only thing they can say. You know what I mean? So it's amazing to me that they even use that as like an insult still to some of us. It's like, bro, stop it. Like, if their channels were doing, you know, lower than $10 an hour or minimum wage, they wouldn't even be doing them anymore. They would have moved on to something else or some other content that would have made them more money. Like, I like your curly hair though. I want to see those lights one day. I want to see the northern lights. Definitely on my list of things I want to see. Yeah, I can't either. I can't stand that the acting dumb as if you don't know when you clearly do, you know? Yeah, glamping. That's why you do glamping, Alicia. That's why you do glamping. I make it much better. Listen, I've had friends who have said to me, I hate camping. I don't like camping. I'm like, dude, come camping with me. I promise you, you will love it. And guess what? They loved it, because I don't just camp. I do glamp. I like to bring all of the things that I know are going to make people comfortable. You know, electricity, you know, air mattresses, actual pillows. Like, we don't do sleeping bags. You know, we got fans to keep us cool, like battery powered fans, like really nice ones. Like, over the years, I've gotten a lot of different camping things to make it very comfortable. I have a solar shower so you can shower, like, and I have a tent for the solar shower, and I have a bathroom for the bathroom. Like, so I make it very comfortable. We do glamp. Like, I like Killington. It's beautiful. Ooh, sugar-free candy. My mother is diabetic, so she does sugar-free. I just vape, although I can't even get these in my own state because they banned flavored vapes. So, you know, it's a little more difficult. Yeah, the mainstream media is a joke, in my opinion, when it comes to this case, and a couple others, you know. Use your own ideas, you know. I have not. No room service. We don't have room service either, but we definitely bring all of the things that we would want to have with us. Lawyer, you know, used to be in the middle. He was getting too much crap from FKR. Now he's definitely not guilty. Oh, he's been definitely not guilty because he saw what could come from them when it comes to the donation. So he just went with it. Yeah, I agree with you. Fake media. I hate the larger channels. They treat you like a sub number. I could never do that though. Even if my channel was larger, I could never treat, especially the people who have been with me since like the beginning, right? Like, how do you treat them as if they're just a sub number? Like, that never made sense to me. Like, I get it. When you're bigger, like, it's harder to keep up with the whole chat, but you can still highlight at least one of each person's comment. Like, you can still talk about the things they want to talk about by reading the chat. Like, you can slow it down at any point. Yes, you might catch up behind, like, but you can always say, hey guys, I'm going to have to skip a bunch of comments. It's going too fast. I'll get down to the bottom. So if there's something important you want to say, like, write it now. You know what I mean? Like, there's ways around that, and to still interact with your audience and let them know that you care. Like, it just never made sense to me at all why they do what they do. Like, some people, because it's not all creators either. But I do think that they're, especially with live streams, there should be more interaction with the audience, and not just the audience with the super chats that pop up. You know, when you're monetized, the super chats sort of pop up in a different color so everybody can see it. Like, that's why I kind of almost like it better this way with like the donation options, because A, even when it becomes monetized, and I'm still waiting on YouTube for that, but YouTube takes their cuts like 50 or 60%. Like at least with your own options, like, yeah, PayPal might take a smidgen, but like all the other options, like you pay taxes in those. That's how it comes out, like in your taxes, and you can write off all of your, you know, things that you can write off on it. And there are costs associated with this that you can write off. So it's like, is it worth it to be monetized? Sure, definitely. But you shouldn't only be focusing on just the super chats. You should be thanking everybody for their donations. Absolutely. But it shouldn't just be solely focused on people who send a super chat or a super sticker. Not everybody can do that, you know? Like, not everybody has the means to do that. Like, they don't work for me either, Jezebel, so I don't blame you, my friend. Like, I wish I had a huge truck. That would be great. Or any truck. I'll Fred Flintstone it at this point. I just need a car. Like, oh, I love morning coffee when you're camping. I have a solar shower. That's what I have. I use it. Gets really hot too. Like you put a little, you leave room to pour colder water in it to like even it out a little, but it gets nice and hot. I wish I had a truck. That'd be amazing. Ooh, that's on my bucket list as well, Deb. Maybe we can all do that together. I want to stay in a tree house, like a nice tree house that fits more than like 2 people. I want like a, 6 or 8 person like tree house to stay in. That's like one of my bucket list things. It's been past time for her. Kind of. It's kind of like that, Alicia. It's with all the things that you would think of that you like at home, you know? Ooh, yes, bacon when you're camping. Online source? What do you mean online source? I need to do like a blog or a website or something. That's what I need to do. Hopefully not long, Emma, but I can't pinpoint exactly when he will shut the hell up, you know? I mean, we have the dance. Oh, thank you, Carol. I appreciate that. We have the dance. I mean, we don't have a super, I mean, I'll check to see if we have any donations, but like, we can also just play the dance. This is funny.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
That's just sad to me, though, Alicia, because for someone like me who wanted to be an attorney, somebody like me who has studied law as long as I have, and knew that since I was 12 and I was on that witness stand that I wanted to be an attorney, like it really makes me sad because I want people to want to learn the law and how it works and how trials work. And, you know, I want it explained to them in layman's terms so that they can understand. Like, that's like, so it makes me sad, you know, that people stop watching LawTube, because I think it's important for people who watch trials and who like true crime to be explained to them how trials work, what policies and procedures go into it, like what an objection to a certain thing means, why, you know, and it explained in a way that everybody can understand. Legalese isn't always easy for everyone to understand, and it just makes me sad. I feel like, yeah, you know, like a lot of people should know how to I apologize. I probably should have given the warning. But we love that you're here, though, Alicia. We love that you're here. The one time I had to stop at a paper shop. Yeah. I wish we had one here. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah. That's FKR in all its glory. That's what that was. That's what that was. Oh, yeah. Please do help us, because not having them in this state is... Listen, I only buy the Geek Bar ones. I'm not going to lie. I like the this is Sour Apple Blow Pop. I like the OMG Blow Pop and the regular Blow Pop. I like the Sagittarius Cherry Bomb. Those are my favorite flavors. Those ones are. I don't like the strawberry, and I don't like the grape Blow Pop. I'm not a fan of those ones. But those are my favorite flavors. I know. I apologize. Most people know that clip's coming when I say that. Hopefully we'll get one. I did though, forever and ever and ever. I just, with my daughter's disease, it just didn't happen that way. Had I finished school and all that, I would be. I'm very knowledgeable, but I am not an attorney. I don't know. It's just a passion of mine. It's just something that I always enjoyed. I'm confused about something. How is AJ allowed to defend a case in Mass if he's in California? Because he is practicing under David Yannetti's license, and it's called Pro Hoc Vice. So they have to ask to practice on another attorney's license and be admitted here under a Pro Hoc Vice, which is currently what him, Elizabeth Little, and Bob Alessi are doing, because none of them are Massachusetts attorneys. Only David Yannetti is. Yeah, photocopying, right? Only takes 30 minutes. I appreciate you, Insider Man. We need that help. We need it. Yeah, YouTube is not friendly. You're totally right about that. But also remember that if y'all need to get in touch with me, you can at twistedtragedies3@gmail.com or on our Discord. We have a Discord. You guys can always get in touch with me there. I don't know. They were talking about something about photocopying things. Like, do you remember the 40 minutes they did to photocopy things last time? It was absurd. Like, yes, he's working on Yannetti's license. Ooh, football. I'm a huge football fan. Huge football fan. I used to do squares back in the day, beat all the guys, and they used to get mad. I used to say, I had one time I had to literally record myself picking my own picks because they tried to say someone picked my own picks. I'm like, why? Because I'm a girl. I happen to like football. Screw. Like, hopefully not long, Emma. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure how much longer he has left in his cross. I don't think she planned it. And like, other than right in that moment, that would be premeditation. And I don't think it was premeditated like throughout the entire day. I think when she got pissed about Bella's mom's house is where she was triggered, Ooh, 4 adults, 7 nights. Yeah. Some of them are very, very expensive, depending also on the season. If you go towards like the fall, it gets less money, which is nice. If you go towards like September, that's probably when I would do it, is like September, Pro Hoc VJ. There's lots of jokes we could go on about that word. You have to remember, a lot of the legalese is Latin. They use Latin. I listen to Roberta too when I have a chance. Her stuff is on usually at a different time than mine. So, right? Like at this point, like, are you going to still give them an hour lunch? I mean, it's absurd. Like, I do think Karen was abusive. I think she still is abusive. Look at her body language, Yeah, hotels do count 8 to 10-year-olds as adults. It's like they want you to pay for that as well. Oh, I see something coming back. Well, at least we see the closed captioning. They better be late for lunch break because this unprepared shit needs to stop. Like, Pro Hoc DJ. Could be. What'd you miss? I could actually. And that's the funny part is, like, most of these lawyers on YouTube, I've called them out quite a few times on certain things that I know that they know are not true. And whether or not I have a bar card and I'm an attorney, I'm extremely knowledgeable. I know a lot about the law. And it seems to me as if some of these law tubers that claim to be attorneys either are not very good at their job or just are not attorneys or gave up being an attorney a very, very long time ago. Some of the stuff that they say, I know for a fact is not true. And they know it's not true. It'd be utterly ridiculous, some of the things that they say. And I'm like, if Joy lived in this state, I would go work for her, her paralegal. I've been offered jobs in firms to work as a lawyer if I just go back to school and do it. But it's about having the time and the money, especially when you have 3 kids and one with a terminal illness. It's not that easy, Yeah, and I just don't think it's working for him. It's not working for him, Beauty Queen. It didn't work from the first trial. Why didn't they retool like they said they were gonna, right? Like, they can retool a little, and they didn't, Oh, well, you know, our Boston accents come out more when we're pissed off. I'll tell you that much. Mine is much more Boston when I'm angry. It's much more Boston when I'm angry. That's for sure. When I'm yelling, you can hear it much more than when I'm just talking. Has Hollywood forgotten that the jurors probably don't appreciate out-of-town madman and his client insulting the honor of their first responders? No, they don't seem to understand that we don't appreciate other people coming to Boston being snarky assholes. We're the snarky assholes. So we don't appreciate outsiders coming in and being snarky assholes. We're already the snarky assholes. Like that's, you know what I'm saying? Oh my God, we should. It wasn't me. We should make a clip of Karen's mouth moving and then just Shaggy saying it wasn't me every 5 seconds. Be amazing. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, freak. We nudge, nudge. Problem with that is stupid YouTube, even that tiny bit of the song, they like to hit you with a copyright. A lot of them are ambulance chasers, or they're looking for more, you know, subs. And the problem with that I have with that is if you're telling people how to understand the law, then you damn well better be doing it honestly. Because if you're just doing it based on a case to get more subs, to get more donations, and lying to people and stretching what the law actually is to benefit yourself, then that's where I draw the line. Like, that's wrong. You should be explaining it in a way everybody can understand, but it should pertain to actual real life stuff and not be twisted to your benefit as a creator. Again, all creators should be paid for their time. Funny enough, Friday is my least paying day. You would think that on a Friday, like, the channel would do decently on a Friday. Actually, Friday is my worst day as a channel, believe it or not. Sunday is actually usually my best day, which I am giving up this week to chill out for Mother's Day. So it just shows you like where these people are willing to do and willing to go for it all, you know? Kids are a lot of work. A lot of work. You probably do, Jack. You probably do have the most Bostonist accent out of all of us. Speaking of you, Jack, my friend here. Did I see a little donation here from Jack? A little $10.19 donation. He says, this is because you're the opposite of the grift. It's nice supporting an honest YouTuber. We all know you could grift and make thousands. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate you. And yeah, I could have, and I didn't because I have to live with myself and it's not the right thing to do. It's just not.
Unmuted.
He is very controlling. And I think that Jerry can see that. Her control tactics, you know? We all got a sense of humor. No, yeah, YouTube itself doesn't have a great sense of humor, I'll tell you that. He is swarmy, that's for sure. He just says a lot of stuff and then expects like that they're gonna agree to it, but that's also where the judge should be stopping him. Like, you don't get to tell them the answer. That's not how it works. Oh yeah, he makes wicked the answer.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly.
Alicia, no, you're not. I'm gonna go grab my coffee. They're about to start talking. Give me 1 second.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit
Oh.
114.
Thank you.
Cheers! I finally got my coffee.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the
Thank you,
single
Jack. You helped me
word
pay for
that
my
we
coffee this
discussed in
morning.
Sidebar from evidence, item
You
111 and what's been marked as 114.
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson. No.
You and Deb.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's all right, Jack. We
Um,
love you. We'll be here.
May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Absolutely.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins
So we're going to mark this
for identification only.
Exhibit EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
Oh, hell no. Not reading a 400-page document. That's not happening. Like, sorry, you guys, I'm stuffing my face. I'm starving. I got to eat too, you know. Peggy. Paul. Jackie Dougal, John's dad, Renee to the other side of Peggy, Aaron O'Keefe behind her. I don't expect that they're going to allow him to have him read 400 pages of text messages. Sorry, I got to get my fix of coffee, and I haven't had it, and AJ's already giving me a freaking headache, and I woke up with a headache this morning, believe it or not, and I said, you know what, I'm going to suck it up. I took some Advil at about 6, and it's like faintly still there, but mostly gone. Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, there's no way around it. You're going to have to call him, right? I mean, I'd have to call Higgins too, though, because if the defense is trying to use him as some third-party culprit, if they develop the evidence to that, then you'd have to call him. So I don't know. I don't know. Not really sure what the plan is here. I mean, this is utterly ridiculous. There's no reason they should be reading a 400-page document for the jury. It's just utterly insane. You should be mindful that the jury doesn't need to sit through that. Like, you know what I mean? I do think why the media was told that they had to sit, though. Is that why there's chairs in the back now where Christina Rex is? Because I see her, but there's a chair there now. Before I didn't realize there's an actual chair there. I'm assuming John is further down this way that they're not showing. Because I see Gretchen Voss. I see, is that Jessica Machado? Ew, why? Just why? She doesn't even work for a publication anymore. Like, what the hell? Poor Peggy, dude. She doesn't need to deal with this crap. I knew they weren't supposed to read the whole thing. This is a stunt. It is a stunt. It's a huge stunt. That's what they do. It's what they do. It's what they do. How can a witness can bring text through a different witness? Because he is an officer. So he looked at the evidence. So technically he can verify it. That's why. He's not just a random witness. He's an officer. I know. I don't know why he's wearing a suit unless he was going to be called to testify. Usually he doesn't wear a suit. Usually he wears a dress shirt. No, it's not new evidence. It's Higgins provided the text to them. So it's not new. But letting someone read a 400-page document, that's something the judge doesn't normally allow. Why are we going back up? What is happening? And that's the thing. Why wouldn't you tell the judge this ahead of time? Once again, like, this is being unprepared. You knew the judge isn't going to just be like, sure, read a 400-page document with the witness. It's also the witness's time. I guess I'll check and see if we have any donations to read because this is just crazy talk right now. If you'd like to make one, you can do so these ways. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We have an Apple Pay link. This is just nuts, dude. This is insane. Absolute insanity. Grasping at straws is saying it nicely, at this point, because the straws that he's grasping at are, whoo, cray, 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 cray. Let's see here. Oop, 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 oop. They are just very unprepared. Well, you don't, but I don't see how you go around calling him, though. Let's see. don't have anything to read. Yeah, we did get back from a lunch break. You're right. This is insane. This is nuts. Like, how can we come back from a sidebar to another sidebar? Right? When is the trial? This is just nutty. Like, what is happening right now? Fit the trial between delusional questions and sidebars, right? Or something. Like, this is nuts. This is absolute insanity. I'm not appreciating it. Like, most of us aren't. Especially those of us that are here all day long. Like, we're not appreciating wasting time. Not even a little bit. As a juror, I'd be annoyed with the defense at this point. I probably would be annoyed as well. Like, TV said he is certain the Commonwealth will not be calling Proctor. Yeah, well, you know what he's also certain about? He's also certain that his charges will magically be dropped if Karen was found not guilty, which is just the stupidest thing I've ever heard a defendant ever say in the history of being charged with something, is they think their charges will magically be dropped if someone else's charges in their trial, if they're found not guilty at their trial of their charges. So I don't really take stock in what he says. He also claimed last year that John's dad was going to sit with the Reed family. He also claimed they were taillight on top of the snow. He also claims that Lindsay's the liar and he's the victim, when in reality it's the complete opposite way around. And he's also claimed about a million other things about a million other people, that they're all bad and he's the victim. And, you know, I don't tend to take what he says into consideration, not even a smidgen. Not even a little. I don't even know how anyone takes that dude seriously at this point. Yeah, sidebar, Jackson wants to read a 400-page document and make Yuriy read every text message between Higgins and Reed. This is absurd. Right? If only Fanny could talk. She could tell us a lot of good stuff. She could tell us a lot of good stuff. What do you guys think Fanny would say? If I was Fanny, I'd say, F this bullshit, and I would break. I'd be like, send me to the repairman. I'm fucking out of here. Like, come out of here. No, yeah, you can agree to disagree. I wouldn't call him right now, but I think I know like where the defense would be going, and I don't know if there's a way around calling him, but it seems if the defense is going to read his text messages that they don't intend on calling him. So that's interesting, because you would have him read them for, you know, humiliating factor. So that means the defense isn't planning on calling Higgins. So how do you have two third-party culprits that you claimed to the court were going to be your third-party culprits that you don't even call? Make that make sense to anyone. Make it make sense to the cult. If Higgins and Brian Albert never get called by either the Commonwealth or to the defense, how do they continue to say it's a conspiracy from those people, but the defense isn't even calling the third-party culprits to question them? Because that means they changed their whole theory to it's just Proctor. You know what I'm saying? Like, not only are they torturing the jury and the victims, Deb, they're torturing me and you and all of you. This is fucking torture. This is a form of torture. This is cruel and unusual punishment. We already have to listen to Alessi, and that shit is bad. Like, that shit is bad. That is so bad. Like, Alessi is like probably the worst. You know? Right. Sidebar to discuss the sidebar of the sidebar. Duh. Didn't you guys know? Like, right? Force him to call Higgins. Well, poor Proctor, you know, they pulled his personal messages, which I don't think ever should happen to a police officer. That's not fair. They have personal lives. They're allowed to vent. Like, that should never, ever be a thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. If I were Fanny, I'd spin right off that ceiling and be like, hey, I'm broken. Send me to the repairman. I can't be in this courtroom anymore. Like, you know, just saying. The Higgins text make Karen Reed look like the manipulating psycho that she is. Bad idea for the defense. I do think it's a bad idea because ultimately he questions her about like what her motives are for even texting him. But as we know, the defense is probably going to want to leave some of that out. Resting duck face. It's resting duck face, guys. Resting duck face. She has resting duck face. You think the defense watches the Free Karen Reed or Karen Reed? I think they watch both. I know that they watch both, depending on who, but they watch both. They leave there and they watch both channels. Like they watch the anti-Karen channels that they call them. That's what they call them. And they watch the Free Karen Reed channels. So they are just as delusional as FKR by consuming all the FKR stuff. They'll pop on to some of our live streams to hear certain things that people told them to go listen to, but they don't listen to the entirety of it. So they don't really realize how bad it is going for them. Like she is, in my opinion, JMS, she is frigging enabling him. 100%. I 1,000% agree with you. She is enabling his bad fucking behavior. It's her fault for not claiming some serious fucking control over her courtroom. And then she says, she apologized to the jurors. Like, if I, get aggravated with why are you explaining yourself to the jury? I've never seen a judge do that. Explain yourself to the jury that if you get aggravated, it's just because you're never going to be able to tell them what you're aggravated about every time. And you have a right, if defense counsel is doing shenanigans, to say, enough, Mr. Jackson. That's the last time I'm going to tell you. I don't know how many jurors have ever been a jury member before that are on this jury, but even one of them has ever been on a jury before. They're going to know that most judges do this kind of fucking bullshit without saying something.
Right, so jurors,
So,
we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be.
no, you're not.
So
That's a lie.
there was a big stack that
You're going to give them?
messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
But where's the but?
I have two instructions for you folks. First is,
Oh my God, she's going to let him read them. Fucking kidding me?
as I've told you before,
This is so stupid.
before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in
Anna,
fact either
most of it.
the defendant or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not
Seems
that
like
Ms.
what they're
Reed
doing
was
though,
the
right,
person
Alicia?
who authored
Sort
or
of
created
teasing it
or
a little?
transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case.
I agree,
Now,
Katie.
if
All
you
the above,
do, if it gets
Jack.
past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
This is fucking absurd.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what,
Okay.
Chrissy, I'll take one back.
You
The
guys
one
just
for
took both of
ID
them.
will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
What the hell?
Of course.
He's just like, what the fuck? You're just grabbing shit out of his hand? Like, hello? There's other troopers on this case. Why is he being forced to sit here and read 400 pages of fucking
Thank you.
text? Like,
Thank you.
right?
Sergeant
That would be
Buckenick,
great.
Do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
Can't.
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between
Bingo. Alicia.
Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higginson's phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a 6-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Oh, you want a moment after you realize that your client
Going
looks
back
bad.
to the
Just saying.
Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
It's absurd.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday,
Me either.
January 13th, 9:24 a.m.
Me either, Alicia.
From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance.
Oh my God.
From
This is
Karen
getting too
Reed
complicated.
to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
That was 46 seconds, that clip, and still we're at sidebar. Like, what in the actual hell? Like, and yes, Higgins read them last time. Say that again, Alicia. AJ wanting to say Karen Reed ghosted Higgins after this and gave Higgins the motive to murder John. Yeah, that's his ridiculous theory, which he knows isn't true. Yeah, he is. And the purpose, I'm not really sure, Eva. I don't even know why the judge is allowing this at this point. Like, yeah, he's got to read the question marks. Then they want to make it more complicated. Read who it's from and who it's to first, then read the content. Then if there's a time, like 400 pages, and the judge thinks this is okay. I've never seen a judge allow 400 pages of text messages to be read. That's absurd. Like, these aren't his texts. If Higgins isn't there to read them, yes, he's a trooper. Yes, no, that he shouldn't have to sit here and read these. I'm sorry. Like, she would not allow the Commonwealth to do this. And he's reading them slowly. So it's like, okay, good. Well, if you're going to waste my time, I'm going to waste your time. Like he said, English is his third language. So if you want him to read it, cool. But he's going to sit there
We're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buckenick, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, we
on
won't
who is what.
Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, your text response.
Okay.
That's agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No.
No?
Let's just start where, I'm sorry,
No.
start where you ended, if you could, please.
Fucking don't do it.
Turn the lights down. Can you see it?
Should have
Sergeant?
ended. I agree. Like,
Okay,
there's no
thank
reason for all this. If he's not testifying, these shouldn't have even been brought in my opinion. For what reason?
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little.
Oh my God.
I'd prefer weed whacker.
Of course you would.
That's
why
to
you
think
read.
about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames.
Oh,
Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time.
yeah.
I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit.
Don't leave
One of
me
our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, aka Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Followed river rights. You're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random?
She is random.
I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so?
Yeah, now.
You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got, we chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh, she has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo like no rotation or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with or non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha.
She's not funny.
What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When
No.
there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow
They can
the date
see it.
progression?
The next,
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above or
absolutely.
below the bubbles.
So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
Yes, you are, Jack. Don't lie.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass.
Ooh.
OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy.
Coincidences happen, huh?
Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me?
Boom.
Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know.
Super desperate.
Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure.
Nothing about this makes Karen look good at all. No, this is
When were
so
you
desperate.
interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def.
Ugh. This is painful for John's family. This is just gross.
Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me.
He wants to know why.
Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated.
Oh, that'll help the defense. Definitely.
Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter.
Except that's not what happened at all.
Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Dong. I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
Just playing games with him. It's a mental mindfuck. This is the defense trying to help her? Like, I'm confused here. I agree, Jack. This makes no sense for the defense.
Game on?
Desperate.
You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need.
Bullshit.
I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content?
Yeah. Good luck, Karen.
What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy.
Oh, so you do get what you want. Yeah? No?
You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay.
I don't know, you know. I don't know.
We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No?
January
Yep.
12th,
Do I owe you an apology?
the first day.
OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap from my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 2/26. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I? Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Ha ha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues.
It's how kids
I think
work.
he believes
lady.
he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me.
That's your big problem.
What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not
She's
sure.
actually beautiful.
Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose.
That's how kids work, sweetie.
You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
The thankless job being a
Basically,
parent.
I just feel like I spread
What
myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way?
Yep, she does.
That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
As we know, that's bullshit.
I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like. I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with simply that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comms at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He like, Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing.
She means with money. That's what she means. She goes all out with money.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter.
Which is a lie.
A realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. He's self. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No, it at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What?
What?
Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic.
What?
Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird.
That's
You
weird.
would rather sleep alone?
That's friggin' weird.
I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever. Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I'm failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What, you coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the,
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
no problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see her smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, that repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93? You just don't you just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would Daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5, midday show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please. Right at 1 o'clock, so we can go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
I'd like to see counsel just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
I can't. This is painful. Sorry. I was just like fixing my hair. My blue highlights are like in certain spots, and it was aggravating me. I mean, let's hope it's over. After John's dead, it's pretty much over. So I don't know how they thought that this would make Karen look good. No idea. I'd be embarrassed. The amount of gaslighting and mind games she was playing with him in those texts were extremely triggering. Even I had to get up at one point. I used the bathroom too, but I'm an abuse victim. Like, I'm a survivor of that type of narcissism. And it's extremely triggering to listen to someone gaslight and victim blame and do what she just did for all that time. I know they do. Yeah, they're just angry 24/7. Like, but that was extremely difficult to sit there and listen to. Like, she played games with Higgins and he kept asking the same questions. So what do you want with me? Basically, like, what was your reason for reaching out? Like, what do you ultimately want in all of this? I don't want drama. Like, is this like a real thing? Is this a game? Like, so I don't understand how the defense could ever think that this is going to help them in any way. Their whole she ghosted him thing doesn't seem like it's going to work here. That's not what was shown at all. You can say she ghosted. She's the one who reached out, played mind games, and then because she ghosted him, he went crazy when he clearly was avoiding even meeting up with her at her own house for days. I did too. Believe me, I did too. Thank God I haven't been in that position in a long time. My husband is a good guy. What is happening? We're doing lunch. That's what's happening, I'm guessing. My back. I'm also in a lot of pain. I forget sometimes, like, my body is not the same as you guys is. Well, I know some of you guys have the same, like, parts of the same medical issues I do. Fibromyalgia, arthritis, the list goes on and on. I am in pain. This chair is killing me. My butt now is good. It's my back and like shoulders, and it's uncomfortable. I'll tell you that much. That was just a lot of gaslighting. We saw a whole lot of gaslighting. That was hard. She seemed very desperate. She's clearly saying like, oh, we're single. We're not married. We don't have kids, so we can do whatever we want. So saying that you're not married, but you're dating someone, that's okay to just be deceptive. I'm sorry, what? No. She was literally trying to convince him that it was okay to like sneak around. And even he was like, I don't know about that. And he made excuses to avoid going to her house. Like, even she called him on it. Like, oh, you made excuses. Like, no, it's not, Chris. You can say that again. It is no picnic having to deal with them afterwards. If you have kids with them, bless your soul. All right. Because that's even worse times 10, you know? Except they didn't. Thank God for Higgins. I can't imagine ever being her friend because it's fake. It's all fake. You can tell she has no empathy, sympathy. I don't think she owns that chip in her brain. She hated people. She said it. I don't like people. I happen to like people. And if anybody had like a reason to hate people in the last 2 years, I definitely would have a reason to hate people in the last 2 years. My life has been harassed by FKR. I have been slandered, defamed, lied about, made fun of, ridiculed, insulted, you name it, on a daily basis. So if anybody had a chance to not like people, it would be me. And I happen to love people. I think that most people have a good heart, and most people are decent humans. Obviously, we see a side when it comes to this case that you start to question how many decent humans are actually out there. I mean, it's why I offered, and it's why I'll offer again for people who weren't here earlier. If you're going to spend Mother's Day sitting at home by yourself, don't do that. Come on over to my house. We're going to have a little bit of a cookout and just hang out. I get it, dude. I don't have a ton of family too. And it's nice to just spend it with other people, you know? So if you're going to sit by yourself, don't sit by yourself. Come on over. We're not going to do much. You know, we're just going to be. We're going to exist with each other. But it's better than sitting by yourself. That's for sure. When you don't have a ton of family, it's easy to sort of feel alone and like there's somewhere that you feel like you should be, but you're not, right? Like, so don't spend Mother's Day sitting by yourself. Come on over, hang out, have some food, and relax. You know, she is pretty evil, and it is worse with a narcissist with kids. I'm so glad she never had kids. Thank God. Thank God. A narcissist children get the worst of it too. If you are the child of a narcissist, the amount of damage that is done to you on a psychological level is extreme. And it's something you live with for the rest of your life. And I'm speaking from experience. That is not something I wish on my worst enemy. So whether you're the spouse of a narcissist or the child or the cousin or the aunt or the uncle, brother or sister of a narcissist, it's damaging to anyone's mental state. It's not normal behavior. Like, and for the family to have to sit there and listen to the way she gaslit and played mind games with Higgins, thinking like, oh, all behind their son's back, pretty shitty. You know? Yeah, the abuse, the narcissism, like, oh yeah, you know, except when she wants the tax money, right, Brie? But she's lucky that that kid has you. Not all of us were, you know, that lucky. Like, I was lucky enough to have my Nana. She's been gone years now, but not everybody gets that lucky to have that one person in their life that is amazing and always has their back. My Nana was that person. She basically raised me, and I will be forever indebted to her and my grandfather for the things that they instilled into me, so I could instill those into my children, like schooling being important and, you know, a sense of responsibility, taking care of other people, lending your hand to other people, even if you don't have it yourself. It's the right thing to do. Having sympathy and empathy, teaching my children that if there is someone at school sitting by themselves, to go over and sit with them. Don't let anybody sit by themselves or be alone. They might be shy. People might be picking on them. Be that person that goes in. So you might make a friend for life. You never know. You know, especially at that age. I want my children to call out the bullies. I don't want them to be a bully. That's what I teach my children because my grandmother taught it to me. Yeah, she clearly has a lack of empathy or sympathy, you know? See, that's the thing. You throw money at them, that's not going to help either. Like, I mean, not that money was ever thrown at me, but like, if you just throw money at a problem, it doesn't solve it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, especially if it's a problem of like love. You can't buy love, you know? You can't buy love. Sometimes what you need is just somebody to tell you everything's going to be okay. And even as adults, we still need that someone, whether it's your parents that are still alive, a mother or father figure, an aunt or an uncle, your spouse. You have to have someone that's going to tell you everything's going to be okay. I don't think anybody ever gave Karen the kind of love she clearly needed, or she just was born without that chip. Maybe they just threw money at it. And she learned to just think everyone else was beneath her, because if you had more money, you had more status. And that's what's important. You see a lot of that with FKR, where they like to make fun of people who don't have a lot of money. I'm first on the list for that because I'm a poor person. I'm less intelligent or less meaningful or less of a person, which is so absurd and ridiculous. It's not even funny. Some of the smartest people didn't go to college, by the way. And I did go to some college, but some of the smartest people never made it through college. That's what's amazing to me, that they have a lack of intelligence to even understand that money doesn't buy intelligence and money doesn't buy being a better person. Some of the shittiest people on the planet are people with a lot of money. Because he's an officer and he's the only other person besides Higgins who can read it. That's why. So if they're not going to call Higgins, oh, that's so nice, Anna. I love that. I love that for your mom. She's going to be so excited. It's always nice to get something on Mother's Day, especially if it's a surprise. I'm not a flower person. I tend to like other surprises. You know, I tend to be one of those persons that like I happen to like the bananas and the apples that they have at Edible Arrangements. I'm not a huge strawberry fan, but I like the apples and I like the bananas. I also like their cupcakes. Those are good too. Or like crumble cookie. Like those are like cool surprises that like, you know, I'm not a flower person because they just end up dying, and I've gotten flowers so many times, but that's a really nice, your mom's going to be super excited that that shows up on Mother's Day for her. That's so nice. See, it's all about that. Like maybe you guys have a neighbor or a friend that isn't really going to get anything for Mother's Day. Like do something nice for one of them. It's always nice to get a surprise that you don't know that's coming, you know? Yeah, well, see, in Massachusetts, they would have just let them keep having the visitation. That's the part that gets me, Chris, is, you know, some of the stuff is not acceptable. What? I must have left my phone in the bathroom. I got to go get it. Hold on. If Karen makes a flirty bitch, she wants someone lined up when John dumped her. Yeah, I think she knew that was coming, you know? She clearly was angry before that. Like, well, that's the thing. They seem to like at least like Karen up until this point. I don't really think they knew who she was. And that comment that Higgins made, you never really know who people are. I mean, smart enough to know that's the case, you know? Like my house. Yeah, it's my house is my safe space, you know, where I live. It's my safe space. Yeah, you're right. They probably will over on TikTok because, you know, YouTube likes to give the copyright strike, but that would be so funny to put some music in the background. I mean, even so, she didn't grow up far from where I am at all. And that's not the way people act around here. So I don't know. Like, yeah, these are the texts that never end. And it goes on and on. It's about to rain here in Massachusetts. Funny enough. Like, yeah, share it on the Discord. That would be fun. If you find one, share it on the Discord. I don't think she even wanted to line Higgins up in a case she lost John. That could be true, but I think she was using Brian completely to make John jealous. I think that as well, because that's what it seemed like, you know? Why did she text Higgins that John died if Higgins murdered him? Not only that, but why are you texting him if you don't give a shit about him? Why even text him like he cares? You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know. I heard that he was. Nathan was divorced, but I have no idea of verifying that or knowing how to verify that at the moment. It will pop up on the docket if he's divorced, but if it's new, it might take a minute. I mean, I'll check after the stream, but I haven't heard anything about Hank not calling Proctor other than people saying it. I have had no clarification on whether he's calling Proctor one way or another, other than people just saying it on social media. I think she was definitely trying to find the next person that would just do whatever she wanted. And he picked out very easily that she clearly got everything she wanted all the time and got her way and got pissed off if she didn't, because he called it out quite a few times. Like, she definitely didn't get that way by herself, but I don't think parents are always responsible for everything that their children do. You can teach them the best you can, but that doesn't mean that the child's always there. They are their own person. So, you know, I think about some of the parents whose children grew up to be like murderers and they were good people. I'm not saying all murderers' parents were good. Some of them had really rough lives, but there were some serial killers that had normal, decent upbringings. And their kid just didn't have that wiring in their brain. You know, they found something in a serial killer's brain that's just not normal with everyone else's. There was like a study done on it. So I tend to go towards the nature versus nurture has a little to do with it, but not the entirety of it. Some people are just born without some of these things. And I think narcissists oftentimes are born without that sort of sympathy or empathy chip in their brain. That's what I like to call it, the chip in their brain, almost as if it was a computer. That chip is just missing, you know? Well, yeah, she made herself believe that Aruba was this big cheating scandal because he was giving a hug to someone. So she says all over it was a hug to someone who had just flown in that he knew. And then she tries to downplay it and say the girl was ugly. She was horrible. She's beautiful. Like, so that's the funny part is because she was clearly jealous. Like, you're jealous of him giving someone a hug. Like, I don't get mad when my husband gives my, you know, other guy friend's wife a hug. Like, he doesn't get mad when I give our teammates a hug goodbye. Like, that's weird shit, bro. Like, we're a family. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to be real insecure. Like, Yeah, Einstein, exactly. He watched on like 8th grade or 7th grade or something like that. Never made it to like high school. I agree with you on that one, Shannon. Once again, it comes with the money and the status that they think that they have by being a professor, whether it's part-time like Karen was or not. A lot of smart people realize that a college degree sometimes is just a waste of dollars. I could read it in a book from home without spending $300,000. Just saying. All the books that they're teaching in a course in college right this minute, you can buy right now for less than 300 grand. You could teach yourself. It's not rocket science. You know what I mean? Unless you're trying to be a rocket scientist, then probably pay the money and go to school and have someone teach you how from scratch. You love flowers, Anna? I'm not a huge flowers. I like them. I'm not saying I don't like them, but I'd rather get something like something other surprise. You know what I mean? Like I'm one of those people that likes like thing out of the box type surprises, like things something you wouldn't think of, you know? Like, oh yeah, she could have just walked away if she didn't want to be a parent to those kids, but to say his heart wasn't in it, his heart was clearly in it. Very clearly was in it. You know, I don't think this was good for her at all. Not even a little. Yannetti looks like he's very uncomfortable with the whole trial at this point over in the corner. He just looks very, very uncomfortable. Like, yeah, she definitely probably got that job easily from her father. Yeah, apples and bananas. Well, that's what they've been trying to do, right? Frame Higgins. It's Higgins' fault, right? Like, that's the only thing that makes sense is blame Higgins. But where does Brian Albert fit into that? Brian Albert just magically helped Higgins. Like, that's what we're going with. Like, and I'm sorry, but the jury just got to listen to all of that. They could listen to him questioning her about what she wants from him. She reached out to him. He didn't reach out to her, you know? Sewer Turtle says Yuriy will be on the stand until Monday. I don't think he'll be on the stand until Monday. I think if Hank does a direct, he'll do it quickly. The defense could have called Proctor and Higgins if they wanted to. Yeah, they definitely can if they want to, but it doesn't seem like they're going to. If they were going to call Higgins, the defense, they would have had Higgins read the text for maximum punch. So it doesn't seem like they're going to call him. You're welcome. Maybe Bill Reed treats Karen's mom like crap. It's very possible. I love when the courts do that. They order them to get counseling or take abuse classes as if, 16 weeks of abuse classes is magically going to make an abuser stop being an abuser. Yes, they have to pay money for the classes. Yes, they have to do them, but it does absolutely nothing into deterring an abuser from being an abuser. I'd like to see the stats on how many of those abusers who took those classes reoffended and reabused, because I can tell you just from the ones I can think of off the top of my head, 100% of them reoffended and reabused after those useless classes, And most of the time they won't do the supervised visitation, Chris, because they have to pay for it at a visitation center, and they don't want to do that. Like, yeah, that's mostly what they do is they never acknowledge the kid again if they have to do that. They don't want to pay to go sit in a visitation center. They're too much of a narcissist. Their relationships mean more because they have to control those relationships. That's a huge issue, B. Harley. They have status and money and a narcissist. That's not a good mix, because then you just do whatever you want and walk all over whoever you want, It's shitty. Like, Proctor doesn't have a job to worry about, so maybe Jackson could be a bit scared. That's true. That's true. He could say some things that he doesn't want him to say. That's for sure. I guess we'll have to find out, but they are transactional. Everything's transactional. If they're not getting something out of it, they don't want to do it. Like, believe you me when I say I know. Not only from a spouse standpoint, but as a child standpoint, everything, you basically have to buy their love, and I will not do that. Toxic people are toxic people. I don't care if they're your parents, your sisters, your brothers. If they're a narcissist, they don't belong in your life, and getting them out of your life is the smartest thing you could possibly ever do for yourself. And you don't have to rectify it by saying, well, it's my mother. Well, it's my father. Well, it's my sister. Well, it's my brother. If they are narcissistic and everything they do is transactional, they are toxic to your life. Run away quickly. That's another thing. A lot of people say they haven't used, 95% of the things they learned in college, and probably 25% of what they learned wasn't even true to begin with. It's just what someone read in a book and then repeated to you, and then you read in a book and repeated to someone else. Doesn't actually work in practice. Well, they definitely know she's dysfunctional. Who buys a 5-bedroom house that never even shuts or locks the door or no, like, why would you buy a 5-bedroom house? Seems like you're filling a hole of loneliness to buy a 5-bedroom house for one person. I mean, I could see a 2 or even a 3-bedroom. You want an office or a workout space, whatever. But 5 bedrooms for what? For what? She doesn't have kids. Her parents weren't going to come live with her. So for what? They can't ask him an opinion about them. No, because they're not his texts. So, I mean, they can't really have much left, I don't think, going, I don't think they have much left to question him with. No, well, that's true. Higgins can give context, and he doesn't want the context. That's very true. Stuart Turtle said the theme of this trial is not that John was beaten up in the house. It's that they only investigated Karen. Oh, well, that's interesting. Isn't that what he's been pushing for 2 years? And Karen? Thought you guys said he was beat up in the house. So now we're just going with the investigation? Cool. Let's do that. Considering the defense is the one that did the chip on, chip off in her car. So they'll have to explain to a jury why that evidence is proving to be a really hard time for Karen. Yeah, but I don't think he's going to testify, because why would you have Yuriy read them? AJ wants to grill him over why he wasn't a suspect, I think, even though Higgins is the one who voluntarily submitted his text. It's a very clear reason why he wasn't a suspect. He wasn't even friggin' there. Like, he wasn't, like, Karen's car backs up at the time John's phone stops moving. Why would Higgins be a suspect? He was the first one to leave that night, I think, of the group of them. He went home or went back to the PD to move the car. So he's on camera. So it's like, again, trying to use that as an excuse. Like, and remember, the defense claims that John died way after 12:30, right? They claim it was like after 2:27 or right before 2:27, either right before or right after. Well, Higgins is on camera at the CPD at that time. So how could that have happened? That timeline does not go together. Per usual, they didn't think about that, did they? Right? Doesn't Gennady look like, I did not sign up for all of this? I am so done. Like, that is what he looks like to me. He looks like he is totally done with all of this bullcrap. Like, yeah, an open relationship that John never agreed to. No shit. Even though he asks, like, are you like ending it? Like, I don't want to complicate your situation. Like, he's clearly like trying to stay away from her unless she's like ready to tell him, like, I'm ready to end it with him and be with, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's very clear that's what Higgins is saying. Like, no, he doesn't, but it's not up to him whether he takes the stand. They have to call him for him to take the stand. He'll take it no matter what. If they call him, I just don't know who's going to call him or when, in our outer friend circle. It's true. It is better to know than to be surprised. No, Yuri's done, at least for now, reading it. I know. Why do you need such a big SUV? That's a lot of gas. I wouldn't want it unless I had a family, which obviously I do. So that's why I would need an SUV or a truck. But if I would just use a car, why need such a huge SUV? Like, oh, absolutely. I agree with you, Shannon. I've seen it in action. If you go down to the financial district in Boston, that's where they all go to the bars out there. In case of a zombie apocalypse. I can't wait. Somebody bring me a zombie apocalypse. It's really more exciting than listening to Karen try to gaslight people. I don't know. I think that's literally the last time she ever texts Brian Higgins ever again. Literally. Right? It probably was the most expensive one she could get that day. I don't doubt that at all. Get extra gas. That's very true. Stand up in your canned goods. She can go to church all she wants. That's godless is true. Unless he was sleeping during the reading. I heard he was sleeping. Judge should have told him to wake up if she's so worried about appeal. I heard he was literally sleeping. I don't know how true that is, but I was told he was asleep. I have big cans in the garage. Also need the big car to take my dogs with me. That's true. Gotta make sure you got the dogs with you. They're always good. Sniffing out them zombies. Karen's style of open relationship is one where she thinks she's still in the relationship while her partner kicks her out and doesn't want to talk to her. Exactly. Yeah, apparently he does think that this helps Karen. You know, I mean, this is what AJ does, right? Was there ever anything about her going back to the scene before trapping Jen and Carrie, or was that just a rumor? Something about the library camera. Okay, so they talked about, oh, there's missing library footage. No, there wasn't. She didn't go back by the library, and it's motion activated. So we don't know if she went back or not. We'll find out, though, in the new car data, if they have her connecting, John's phone connecting to the Wi-Fi inside of her car, then we'll know that she went back if the time is before 6. Obviously. Like, didn't Jackson put forward the argument that Brian Higgins was jealous that Rancid Rita ghosted him? Yeah, that was something he said. That's what he said, that, Higgins was jealous because Karen ghosted him. Karen says they have an open relationship, yet mad about a hug to a friend in Aruba. All her arguments defy basic logic. Well, it was her making up a reason on why she needed to cheat on John. Well, like, I found him with this woman and he was canoodling, but never says what he did. Notice Brian Higgins asks a few times, like, what did he do exactly? Like, oh, Mr. Reed has misbehaving. That's a real shock. I know there should be a Mr. Reed cam. There really should. He was definitely sleeping and Karen Reed's chin was in her chest. Interesting. One more outburst, he is out. Well, let's hope that happens then. Because the fact that he's even having outbursts is a problem for me. Like, that's in front of a jury. Like, he should not be allowed to be there at all if he's already had one outburst. Because that means he could have more. You know what I'm saying? He knows this is not, he didn't have those last time, which tells you he knows it's not going well. Like, I don't think the text come even a little bit close to proving that. Like, he's definitely losing control, 100%. Just like, wonder where Karen learned that from, huh? I want a Mr. Reed cam in court. Yeah, I do too. I think Reed and Higgins lived together. As far as I know, they did not. But who knows? Karen reminds me of some people in my life that have borderline personality disorder. Yeah, I agree. I also think the sewer turtle has that same borderline personality disorder. I'm ready to put it in my verdict form. I think a lot of people are, to be honest. I'm going to go grab my phone because I'm pretty sure I left it in the bathroom. If you guys want to do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, that's super helpful. It's 4 hours and 53 minutes into the stream. Let me go grab my phone real quick. Be right back. Can't believe we're already 4 hours into this. My back is already killing me. Normally I can at least make it through, most of the day without my hips and my back killing me. My hips are okay. It's my back. I don't know how some of you guys, you guys are able to like stand up, stretch out and walk away. Higgins did get close to the sun. Like, he needs to back away. At least he did, like at least he learned, like, I don't want to be anywhere near this, I'm going to check real quick and make sure there's nothing I need to say thank you to anybody for. I feel like it should already be 4 o'clock. Anybody else? I feel like this day is dragging. Normally goes by a little quicker than this. Like, is it just me? I don't see anything. What is this? I have no idea what that is. I don't see anything. All right. Also, a reminder, there's no show Sunday because it's Mother's Day. So everybody try to relax and have a good day on Sunday. So today's the last show until Monday. So usually you guys get me Sunday morning for my Sunday morning show. But, no, it's not over. It's just lunch, just lunchtime. My chair probably did wink at the chat. No half day. It's a full day today. If I was in the jury, I'd be like, we can only vote guilty on 3 things. Yeah, there's 3 separate charges or the lesser included on those as well. But my chair probably did wink and say, like, what's up, guys? But remember, Sunday you guys will have to yourselves. So I don't want anybody jumping on expecting to see the live button go live on Sunday. I will not be here. I will be just chilling at home with my kiddos, doing pretty much nothing, but I'll be here. So I will not be on a live stream. So I'll get 1 extra day off this week. Instead of just Saturday, it'll be Saturday and Sunday. But you guys will see me on Monday. 12:30 in Texas. It is 1:30 here. 1:30. I feel right. It's not just me. It feels like a long day already. Like, I mean, wouldn't you, Shannon? Wouldn't you dislike her at this point? Because I mean, come on. I would very much dislike her. Like, very much. Especially Alan Jackson. You know, like, do you see the way Alan Jackson is like yelled at by her? And then she just like shoves papers in his face and she's like, here, like, what in the actual hell? Like, can you imagine having to deal with something like that? Let's see if, hold on. Let me see. Maybe, let me look at something for a second that maybe we can watch for a minute. Hold on. Pull up. I'm gonna pull up. All right, here we go. Oop, pull that down. Pull this up. Click on this. Let's see if John can tell us a few things. We're going to take this down for a second because that's the court, waiting for the court to go back. And then I'm going to share X and John real quick and see what he has to tell us about court today because he was there.
Straw you get when you order a mixed drink. The straw was found in the street. The drinking glass shattered was found right where he was, basically, by the flagpole. And then shards of the drinking glass were found in his shirt. So I think it's very difficult to try to argue that when her car went into the Canton Sally port and then they lifted taillight fleeces to frame her and then scattered them where his body was found, I believe it becomes more difficult to do that when you also talk about the sneaker. His hat was like under 2 feet of snow or a foot of snow, and the straw and the drinking glass, all those things. Who would be so sophisticated? Who would think we're going to frame her and we're going to bury his sneaker there, or we're going to put the straw? I think, I think that's a tough hill. So I'm just not convinced they're going to be able to do that. Folks, this portion of the program brought to you by Kids Club on the Pike. Now remember, they're located right off of 295.
I'm going to have to get some
Francis
sponsors.
Johnson line.
Like, geez.
Kids club on the Pike. Birthday party venue, before and after school care, preschool, but you want to make sure you reserve a spot for your child for the summer camp at Kids Club on the Pike, right on the Cranston-Johnston line, right off.
Oh yeah, he's Rhode Island.
Call Kristen. Maybe it's for a week. Maybe it's for a month. Maybe it's for the whole summer. Kids Club on the Pike.
Limited
Summer
breadsticks.
camp. Yes.
I love breadsticks.
401-443.
I love breadsticks.
I share their Facebook page. They have really good social media.
Breadstick money. You've been with me long enough. You guys know
All
that.
right, so
breadstick money.
137. Following what's going on, that
I know,
North
right?
Kingstown.
A sewer turtle.
I don't know. I know Coach Thomas.
See the cop now, though?
Stand,
Behind the pillar?
Supposedly he was crying.
It's like there's a bike
and
cop
he's
there.
saying, he's lost everything. I don't. To me, that comes off as though he's now, when he was saying he was sorry, he's almost like trying to apologize to the jury. I don't know how that's going to come out. Now, as far as the Karen Reed trial, if the niece and nephew get up this afternoon before the weekend, that would be really impactful for the
And
jury.
we won't see it, though.
As they're about to head into the weekend, because I'll tell you, it's very taxing on the jury and it's exhausting. And what I've noticed is right around 3 o'clock, they kind of start to hit the wall. Actually, everybody does, because it's very intense. You got to pay attention. And I don't know the occupation of the various people that are on the jury, but many of them may not have an occupation where they are. You have to be, you're like an air traffic controller. You got to pay attention. And so I would think after a while that gets really tiring. So I think right now, if you're the defense, your goal is to have it that the trooper's going to come back on Monday, just to run out the clock on this Friday. Folks, this portion of the program brought to you by J. Perry Paving. Now remember, Sunday is Mother's
Need
Day.
a nap too.
Father's Day's coming up. You know what? Listen, your mom and dad or anyone would love to have their driveway paved. Contact letter J, J. Perry Paving, free estimate, any project, 401-732-1730. 401-732-1730. High quality, fair pricing, exceptional service, 20 years of experience in commercial paving, residential paving, seal coating patios. Letter J, J. Perry Paving.
I know, it sounds like the kids are there too.
732-1730. And remember, no one is better to veterans than J. Perry Paving. Give them a call. They have a special package.
I'm going to mute him for a second while he's talking about that. Real quick. I'm going to mute him real quick. I'm going to say thank you to Potluck for sending $10 donation. I appreciate you, Potluck. And another 10 from, I'm not going to read her name because it's her real name and not her screen name. But it says, Happy Mother's Day, happy early Mother's Day. Thank you. I appreciate you very, very much. That was very kind of you. I will try to have a happy Mother's Day. So I appreciate that. I read that. That's the first one we got this morning, then Potluck, then, okay. That's all I got. It says, happy Friday, happy Mother's Day. Thanks for all you do. No, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. All right. Let's go unmute him real quick. I did get it. I did get it. Thank you. Is he talking about what is happening? Is he done talking about Karen? What's happening? Let's back it up a little. See what he says in the beginning. Yep. I remember that. That's going to be Karen's problem. Is the first responders. This is John DePetro. Buckenick. Did the highest clearance, residential clearance. They do. ENT. Yep. That's right. Oh shit! You guys see him?
I don't know how far this
Does that
is
fix
going, and for this thing to really take hold, and I'm talking about the
Does that fix
Karen
it?
trial,
Yes. Did it fix it?
people would
It wasn't muted,
truly
but
have to believe
something was going on.
that the police behaved badly.
How about now?
And
Now?
I think right now is we're
Okay.
not exactly sure which inning we're in.
He was saying that juries
It's
want
tough
to
to
believe
know,
first responders and police
because
officers.
we
And
don't
they
know
do.
how many witnesses they're
And
going to
they
call.
do.
But after day 13,
That's what he said.
I think we could now say we're like in the fourth, fifth inning, right around there. So far, we're not seeing anything
Yes,
egregious
Katie.
that the police behave badly. You could certainly
Still
not
at lunch right now.
that the Canton investigation was casual. That's fair, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they are going to be able to prove that. Folks, this portion of the program is brought by Serve Pro of Providence. Remember Serve Pro. Fast, thorough, professional.
I love John, but I can't listen to ads every 7 minutes or so. It drives me bananas. I've listened to a lot of crap today, so I can't listen to ads. Although I do think it's cool that he has sponsors to his videos. That's definitely something to look into when it comes to my end, is looking into like maybe sponsors to my videos. It's a way to increase revenue to help out for sure. So if anybody knows any businesses that want to sponsor this portion of said video, you guys let me know. Send me an email. I think after the texts are done, because the last text that Karen has with him is, let's see who this is the one where she says John's dead. So,
which for all our moms, all the moms out there, definitely a nice day. We deserve it. They deserve it.
Mother's Day.
Well, right now, well, Marie, let's start with that.
Thank
what
you,
are some
Marie.
nice things, or what's our product for this afternoon that you'd like to recommend?
No, he's doing it.
Well, I was just thinking about how many people are trying not to drink too much coffee anymore. And there's a lot of coffee alternatives out there. You see a lot on Facebook, on the internet. We do carry some mushrooms, are really a big thing,
coffee can't
because they just do so much for our bodies, and it's a good way to get the mushrooms into our.
I'm sure she's a nice lady. I can't do mushroom coffee. I can't. Do they still stop American football games for adverts? No. Yeah, I muted it because she's just doing like a whole thing on mushroom. We could go back to the beginning just to hear like what he thought about like the jury and the like when he first got on there. Let me think. Would you say like 10 minutes in? Yeah. Go back to that real quick. Hold on.
All right. Not the most exciting morning.
A little bit.
Not the worst.
Hold on. Like 10 minutes in.
Folks, when does spring arrive? It's freezing outside.
It is cold.
Actually, tomorrow's going to be nice. Tomorrow and Sunday.
Let's hope tomorrow's going to be. Sunday's going to be nice. I don't want rain in month.
Here in Dedham.
They made sure that no one was behind him.
The text messages are just, oh, good. There's Stephanie. We're going to bring her out in just a moment. ID to fly in the U.S. Face extra screening.
This is the
Aaron, Barrett, and Murphy, 401-228, calling someone as a witness.
Well, the Commonwealth is definitely free to call the witnesses that they choose to call, but they have to keep in mind that the burden is on them to prove each and every element, and also the jurors are looking for them to connect the entire timeline of events and also connect everything they did in their investigation. So by not calling that main witness, there's definitely going to be huge questions because I know his name has been brought up and stuff like that in terms of the investigation. On the defense side, if the Commonwealth decides not to call him, they get to make those arguments in closing. You know, you've heard from everybody, but where's this star investigator that spoke to all these different people? You know, the burden's on the Commonwealth, not the defense. So if the Commonwealth doesn't call somebody, the defense can definitely use it against them. What are they hiding? Or the defense can try to call him and see what he has to say. So either way, they can definitely kind of use it against the Commonwealth and use it to strengthen their case and their theory of the case in regards to kind of what the police did and what they didn't do in this case.
But what about the manner of questioning? For instance, you know, Alan Jackson is very aggressive on cross, but what would be the limitations if you're, you know, this rough on someone who would be your own witness?
Yeah, so there's a couple different things that can happen. If the defense calls him as their witness, they would have to ask open-ended questions, what, where, why, when questions that you see the prosecutor doing with all the witnesses. They can't really give statements. The only other thing that could happen is if that witness becomes hostile, the defense can move to treat him as a hostile witness, and then they're able to lead him through a cross-examination, even though it's on direct.
Now, if the prosecutor in any case, as a matter of fact, if they feel they have enough evidence without calling a witness and you want to streamline it, is there anything stopping them from calling a witness? For instance, in the last trial, they had the homeowner, right? 34 Fairview, Brian Albert. This time, this trial, the retrial, it doesn't seem like they may call homeowner Brian Albert, since they are all alleging everything happened outside. Is there, why would the prosecutor have to call if they didn't have to, the homeowner?
No, I don't think they absolutely would have to call anyone, but what they do is they run the risk of the jury asking, why didn't they call him? The burden is on the Commonwealth. So that's something that, you know, the defense can argue, you know, why didn't you hear from this guy? What are they hiding? Why aren't they calling this person? Didn't you want to hear from him? The Commonwealth can't say that about the defense calling a witness because the burden is on them, but the defense can definitely argue, like, what would he have said? What would have happened? So they're definitely running a big risk by not calling a witness whose name is mentioned, especially the homeowners. And like I said, you know, the defense can call those people and see how they react and see what they do. So that's going to be a really tough call for the defense to decide whether or not they want to call them. They have to weigh the pros and the cons. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see what witnesses they call if the Commonwealth doesn't present somebody.
So the difference also in the line of questioning, be more open-ended as opposed to leading questions. That
yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. So you never know what these witnesses are going to say. In this case, it's a little bit different because these witnesses did testify in the first trial. So if they said something different, you could definitely impeach
to the jury
them. But also, you know, it's kind of also strange to impeach your own witness that you call to. So there's a bunch of different things you need to take a look at. But if the witnesses are saying inconsistent statements or not answering questions, they have prior transcripts that they can use to kind of get their point across.
Now, folks, again, it's attorney Stephanie Murphy. Now, Stephanie, it's Friday afternoon.
She in Rhode Island.
You know, there's a long held belief that attorneys are very cautious about what they want the jurors to go home with over the weekend, Mother's Day weekend, and so forth. Right now, we're led to believe waiting in the wings is the niece and nephew of Officer John O'Keefe, who then, you know, it was his sister's children he was taking care of. They're expected, both minors, both juveniles.
I don't think there need to be
two parts of this question. One,
really,
there's talk. Well, they've already issued. They don't want. There's no filming of them. There's none of their voice. Nothing like that.
Me as well,
But
Alicia.
Number two,
First
I
of all,
believe,
it's nothing to do with anything.
and you tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe that if
Brian, you mean Brian?
Seemingly is kind of dragging through this current witness with possible hopes of hitting the end of the day, and thus the niece and nephew would not testify before the weekend.
I mean, that's definitely a strategy that, you know, the defense could definitely use. I understand that point and stuff like that. There's also some times where I've had cases with juveniles who are called to the stand and not really offering much to the story or much to prove the facts. And sometimes as a defense attorney, I don't ask those kids questions and stuff like that unless it hurt the case and something I can cross-examine them on. There's a lot of times where I just stand up and say, Your Honor, no questions.
The kids, we can.
And you probably don't want to do that right before the weekend, but that's definitely something that they could do depending on what these minors say. And also, depending on how the day goes and how long they're able to extend the witness on the stand right now.
It's funny you said that because when Officer John O'Keefe's mother, Peg O'Keefe, Margaret O'Keefe, took the stand, when the defense, Alan Jackson, got up, all he did was
said the kids are ready to testify.
To the O'Keefe family.
That doesn't mean they're going to have time for them.
Now, Stephanie, it's been a big week with evidence. I'm just curious, any thoughts
find out.
That is, or just something that caught your eye as you were following the case this week?
Yeah, I think it's interesting in terms of the voicemail messages getting played and stuff like that. I mean, I was aware of it from, what was kind of on it from, the Netflix special or the, the miniseries and stuff like that. But, I wasn't there to see that reaction, and it's going to be interesting to see what the defense presents in terms of, setting the scene for why these messages, the timeline of the messages. But I wasn't in the courtroom, but I'm interested to hear or find out later after the fact what the jurors kind of thought of those voicemail messages getting played.
This could also be a lesson for various people or maybe someone you're dealing with. It's one thing you have a very heated argument with someone, but when you leave a voicemail, it goes on forever.
I know I tell my kids, my clients, I tell everyone, like every single thing, like, you don't write something, don't write something if you can say something, say something if you could just say nothing. Every single thing is documented. In this case, that hits that point home and stuff like that. All these messages, these text messages, erased messages, everything.
You might have been ready
it's
to
crazy.
Too.
You have to be really careful what you say, what you do in everyday life, and especially around a crime.
They get ready.
Stephanie, we have another big trial that's going on right now, North Kingstown, that high school basketball coach, former Aaron Thomas, they call it the naked fat test. I believe the prosecution is that the way the law is written, that he actually crossed
up. So right now, their airlines are allowing you to travel with a reminder that you need to do this, but there's going to come a day where they're going to say no, and they're going to say it's regulated. That's what's going on with the 4 students. I found it really interesting. I think it was the beginning of this week.
Talking about a different case.
Plans. Stop in and see them. It was legit. I don't think that she was totally into him. I think the conventional wisdom is that she was trying to get John O'Keefe, her boyfriend, the Boston police officer, trying to get him jealous. He doesn't seem like the type. I don't know. Maybe he was.
Right.
But they just had Yuriy Buckenick read these text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed. And it, as much as it's uncomfortable, and it was really uncomfortable last year, they had Higgins read them. I think part of it is the defense is trying to just take up as much time as possible.
Jane,
because even when they finish with him, Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan will get a chance to do what they call redirect, and then Jackson could come up again and do cross. And I think possible they want to drag this right to 4 o'clock.
We'll
do. See. I mean, we're going to know sometimes as it starts getting towards 3:30. A lot of times the court doesn't bring up a brand new witness.
Nope.
As you get closer to 4 o'clock. So, but I think that's one of the reasons why
they're dragging
it out. Kind of dragging this out because this past Monday morning does seem like a lifetime ago. Folks, this portion of the program brought to you by Propane.
I think this is mostly what we already saw when it comes to John. So we saw most of that already. The lawyer, said the evidence against Karen is weak. On what planet exactly does he live on? Does anybody tell me what planet? Yeah, the greaseball, ask him which planet he chases ambulances on. Exactly. Of course he's going to say that because every time he says that, he gets $10 to $100 donations. Like $100 is rare over here. We get it sometimes, but it's rare, right? Like we don't get big top dollar donations and we don't get a lot in a row. Boom, 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 boom. Like, so they know that by saying salacious things like there's no evidence against Karen Reed, all the Karen Reed people are going to be like, yes, you are right, lawyer. I'm such a great guy. He said what I was thinking. Let me pop it in there. And they just send and send and send. So of course he's going to keep saying things like that, even though they're out of the realm of any normal person's brain working. All right. And any critical thinking skills that anyone could have. Like, that's not a thing. There is quite a bit of evidence against Karen, including her own goddamn car. Okay. Which is the biggest piece, in my opinion, is her car and John's phone. Her car backs up 60 feet at 24.2 or 3 miles per hour. Okay. With 75% acceleration and turns the wheel 5 degrees. All right. Come on now. Like, this is not. Then John's phone, seconds later, stopped moving forever in the spot that he has later found. It's the biggest evidence you have against Karen Reed. But if you continue on, you also have taillight fragments in John's clothes, the microscopic pieces of it. You have the glasses and the drinking straw. You have the taillight pieces on the, like, next to the berm and on the front lawn of Fairview. You have all the messages between Karen and Higgins that we just saw. The biggest pieces of evidence, in my opinion, are her car. Her car tells you, and they're not saying she wasn't driving the car. They're not saying somebody else was driving the car. They're not disputing that she's the one that backed up in that car at 24 point whatever miles per hour. They are not disputing that. Notice they are not disputing that. Defense is not disputing that she backed that car up. Okay? John's phone stopped moving forever. So what are they going to say? Someone else had John's phone and it just stopped moving there? In order for somebody else to have John's phone, they'd have to come get it. Karen didn't say she saw anybody else right there on the lawn. They would have had to have been there the exact same time Karen backed up. So how's that working for them? Like, their timeline doesn't make sense. The defense's timeline does not make sense. And then you have people like the greaseball, and Melanie, failed actress, I need to make faces little, that just spew shit like missing belt, missing hat, oh my God, it's missing, that have no idea what they're talking about. And then it's proven later on that it's not only completely false, but they blabbered it out so many times because the sewer turtle did, that everybody believed them. You have thousands of people that watch some of these people being fed misinformation. Those thousands of people then go to their friends and family, okay, and feed them that false information, and so on and so forth. And this is why we've gotten to the circus that we've gotten to at this point, because people like the greaseball, sit there and give misinformation over and over and over because it's the popular opinion between the people that are watching him. I don't want that kind of channel. I don't want the kind of channel where it's just the popular thing to say. I'm going to tell you what I see in my opinion, and I'm going to tell you the law the way I understand it. Whether you agree or disagree, cool, great. But I'm only going to give it to you straight. There isn't going to be a changing of my opinion based on dollars and cents. Like, that's absurd. Why make a channel if you're not going to stick with what you came here to do? And in my case, I came here to try to make a little bit of a difference, whether it's on a cold case or giving closure to a long case that's been open a long time, and doing the cases that I've done when it comes to like missing persons in cold cases, or following something and helping the families if they need anything, like when it comes to sticking up for them, knowing that they have been harassed into oblivion like these people have. Like, it's a huge weak motive. It's completely desperate. Like, yeah, exactly, the con artists, really. Like, most people know they can come here and watch for free. Does the donation help? Yes. I've made a total of not even $50 today. I've been here 5 hours. If I only came here for money, I'd have been gone long ago. It's not a money maker. Okay. Is it nice to have? Yes, this is my income and I have to cover costs. But you got to take the good things with the bad things. Like, it is what it is. But you certainly don't just start spewing shit that isn't true just for funsies. Like, what the hell?
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know.
You had an opportunity, obviously.
I don't know.
So now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you
30,000 viewers from saying it. That's why.
Yes.
Exactly, Trevor. Exactly.
I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
He won't.
I would not categorize them to
They're
that
color.
extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some
shouldn't be giving
flirtation
his opinion on it
in the
at all.
text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot,
Yes, Alicia. Yes.
witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
A little, but depending on the
There
response.
are conversation parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, you know, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge
On John.
Yes, get revenge.
on John
Yeah.
for what happened on New
Aruba.
Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Not in
Well,
that. aspect.
emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then
Use it.
hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right? Objection.
I'll allow
Objection.
that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not. His phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We
What?
do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't even know if that means synced?
Oh, thank you, Ash.
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I love you, Francesca.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have
Objection.
that, but I do not know.
Okay, so as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
No, from Miss Reed towards Brian
You have
Higgins.
to ask that differently.
Yeah.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed,
That's right.
and
Say it.
began
With
a
your
text
chest.
message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And
Say it with your
responsive,
chest, Yuri.
sorry, Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and
Yes.
forth.
He was
So?
responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
So,
Overtures.
Suggestions.
no.
Let's get together for a drink. Come over to my house. I'll come over to your
But
house.
they
Things of
didn't.
that nature.
He didn't.
Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I've had a headache all day, Monarch. Feel better. Feel
I
better.
read that he repeatedly asked her, what's her plan, what's her
Motive.
goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
Yep.
He called her hot.
So
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
but they didn't.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in going over to her house.
Yes.
He was interested in her possibly coming over to his house.
Yes.
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the
So?
jump.
You already said
Correct?
that.
From the jump. Yep.
How do you interpret that?
That he thought she was hot. That's it. What do you
From
mean?
the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
So? You can think someone's hot and they're still fucking nuts.
He constantly was using phrases to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him. Correct?
Objection.
Objection. Right.
To ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you
Why is
interpret
he even allowed to talk about
any of
these?
his
It's the
text
question.
messages as Brian
Scope?
Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was
Scope
thinking
here?
about him?
Objection.
It's not his texts.
Ask it again.
I'm confused.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them,
Exactly, Cleo.
did you interpret those text messages in your mind? That's what I'm interested in your mind. As Brian
What about
Higgins
your mind?
being
Why does that matter?
interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about him.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his
Yeah,
buddy.
it is. I'm confused on why this is even being allowed.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
No.
I do
one.
recall reading the word ghost.
How did you
One
interpret
time.
that word?
Objection.
Yeah, objection. He can't interpret that. What the? I don't
Uh,
know.
I interpreted ghost in
He
the
doesn't.
common slang terminology as to
Not answer.
abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I remember one.
I know I read the text messages, by reading them out loud to a room full of people, I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
One
enough.
time that I
Concentrating
remember.
more on the reading, not of the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't
But you
interpret
did
anything. I don't know why the judge is
know
allowing
that
this.
he used that term in his text messages to her, right?
I think I
Can't-
recall
this
at
is
least
not
once
proper.
that the term ghost was present in the
You
communication.
should have
Did
Higgins
you
explain that,
interpret
not
that?
Yuri.
I'm looking for what was in your mind. Did you interpret that, the use of that word by Brian Higgins, as showing some level of frustration
Bingo, Bree.
at her abandonment of the conversation?
No, I did not. No,
It's not proper.
no.
I don't even know why the judge is allowing this. He can't interpret someone else's text messages.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do
It
you
used
interpret
many
that
different
phrase,
ways.
just in general?
Objection.
I've heard it
Many different ways.
communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time in communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you
Or
interpret
called,
that as a
or did you show
positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
Bingo, Alba.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive
Right,
or
call
a
Higgins.
negative connotation on the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Right, Rosewater. Exactly. Makes no sense. He can't
You're aware
interpret that.
that based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending
I agree.
around January 23rd, correct?
Alicia.
This
Never mind, that takes
chain
2
of
days to
text
get back to
messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th, but the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
No. No.
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something.
This is just the stretch he wants is she ghosted him a week earlier, so he was mad and killed John. That's what you want the jury to get to. I mean, that's such a effing stretch. It's not even funny. Like, that is so utterly absurd. Utterly absurd. I don't know why the judge is allowing this, to be honest with you. Yes, the cops can read them, but I've never heard of them being allowed to interpret.
Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins?
Exactly.
Thought we were all set.
I got to stand up. I'm in a lot of pain.
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking, ? No, period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 N's behind the H, correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation, correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I asked. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well.
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
No, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
Because she then initiates again. No.
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they...
I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, but just to answer the question.
Not knowing if they had phone calls in between is his point.
Does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins?
No.
From January 23rd.
Because then she initiates
until
to say
January
John's dead.
28th.
So no.
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th,
One could.
when
Not everyone.
Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
He just ruined his
On that day?
entire...
Correct.
Because they
Not
were
on
together at the
text
same
message, no.
location. Why
You
would
said
he
they were
she
together.
respond in text?
That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she?
Or she could have answered him verbally.
Sustained.
So try again.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him,
Olympic
Higgins,
level, yeah.
and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
He isn't, because it's foolish, because he's gonna do a redirect.
Yeah.
This is like Olympic level, like Francesca said, reaching. This is absurdity.
Thank you, sir.
Like
No
one is going to believe some ridiculous conspiracy of he was mad she ghosted him. She's the one who texted him John was dead. Like that doesn't even make any sense. And Yuri just fucked that up for him, saying they were in the same location, idiot. Like she could have answered him verbally instead of via text. Could have walked over. Like, right? Casper, the friendliest ghost I know. Right. I don't know why he's even having to answer this, to be honest. Like, right? Like, come on. That is so reaching. That is silly straw level loop-de-loops we're doing here. Like, come on, man. I agree. Anybody who believes this crap is straight insane or really should check with a therapist about their critical thinking skills that they clearly no longer have. Right?
Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
Yes.
Again, they're taught that. Like, you don't testify to things you can't confirm. That is what they're taught. So people are like, oh, he's being
Mr. Brennan
elusive.
has kindly offered to stipulate that
They're
the
trained that way.
coming here text was sent. I would offer the following stipulation that you coming here text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone.
You can't stipulate to that.
Quote, you coming here, 3 question marks following.
You can't stipulate to that.
I'm good. 12:20 a.m.
Yeah, asking him to speculate is
May we enter that
absurd.
stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So,
right,
you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all,
bingo, Alba.
Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd, correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that
Don't
she
tell him
sent-
what the answer is.
He sent to which she did not respond.
Objection.
On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks.
Exactly,
Right.
JMS.
Yes.
Then,
And
on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, you coming here? with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like, bro, I don't know if I'm in extra pain today just because Jackson's extra painful, but holy
You're
shit.
also aware
Come on, bro. Move
of
it
a
along.
call. Your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
No. You may not friggin' approach. I'm in pain and you're rambling on. You sound like an idiot. You ruined your own gotcha moments that you thought were gotchas that clearly were not. And you're tiring me, Jackson. You can say full body reaction, dude. My entire body is killing me. And I don't know if it's just sitting in the same position or, I mean, it's definitely my arthritis, fibromyalgia all in one. I woke up with a headache this morning, so that's probably part of it. But like, I don't think Jackson's helping. Somebody tell me who's got the cure for this. That'd be great. While we're all waiting on Jackson's, and I'm going to swear for a second, so plug your ears if you don't like it, fuckery to stop. Do me a favor. I do drop F-bombs once in a while. I apologize, but sometimes they're warranted, and that fuckery was warranted. Do me a favor and hit the like button. There's 330 of you total. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you already haven't. Hit the bell notification and change it to all instead of most so that you guys know when I go live. Reminder that this is the last live of this week on my channel because Sunday is Mother's Day, and I'm going to attempt to relax and chill on Sunday instead of having a show. So I hope that everybody does have an amazing Mother's Day. Even my dog parents and kitty parents and animal parents. Hope everybody has an amazing Mommy's Day. If you'd like to donate to the channel, you can do so these ways. We have a Apple Pay link. We have Revolut for those of you who are around the world. It works for sending and receiving money all over the world in different yen, pounds, euros, all sorts of different countries. You asked, you shall receive, of course. It does Canadian dollars. It does all that stuff. So we have that. We have Cash App. We have Venmo. We have PayPal. And then good old e-gift cards. If you would like to get in touch with me, you can totally do that too at Twisted Tragedies 3, Twisted Tragedies 3 at gmail.com. You can also find me on our Discord. You can find me on X and Facebook, but I'm not going to lie, I am slowest when it comes to responding on X and Facebook. Much faster if you get me by email or Discord. And those of you that have my personal number via text, obviously. I cannot believe this is not over. I did a whole spiel, and this clown show, this sidebar clown show is still not over. This is nuts. Paul's such a good guy, too. Like, that's the shit part. Like, he's such a nice person in general. Like, he doesn't deserve this crap. His mom doesn't deserve this crap. His family doesn't deserve this crap. His kids. Like, it's unfortunate. Like, yep, I said earlier, even single dads. My brother was a single dad for quite some time. So I said earlier, same for single dads. When you got to do the job of both, you get to have both days. So we used to take my friend out. One of my very close friends used to take her out for Mother's Day and Father's Day. She's a single mother of 4. So we used to take her out for Mother's Day with us. And because I don't have a lot of family either. So normally we don't really do much for Mother's Day outside of just be home. And I'm not a fan of just going out to eat. I feel like there's just a played out version of doing the same thing over and over. So I'm not like a huge fan of that. I'd rather be home or doing something random than sitting at a restaurant, to be honest, for $50 plates just because it's Mother's Day, which we can't afford anyway. So I'd rather be home, just, woosahing and chilling out. But single dads are always included in that. So we used to take her out for Father's Day too, because she did the job of both parents. So that goes for the single dads that'll be celebrating Mother's Day tomorrow because they deserve it too. You're doing the job of both parents. You get both days. That's how it works. He is just wasting time, Brittany. You are right. 100%. Just wasting. Because he doesn't want the kids. He doesn't want the kids on the stand before the weekend. It's 2:30 almost, Delay. That's disgusting. So imagine, it does scream desperation, but imagine however, I'm guessing maybe every 5 or 10 minutes she's reading super chats, right?
Sure.
You just say thank you and move on. They don't. They sort of just stay on that super chat for like 10 minutes. And she pauses. I can't pause a trial during the trial. She pauses, commentary pauses, commentary. I can't. That's stupid. You'll never get through it. Never get through it. I love you, Anna. Go in just like,
Sergeant Buckenick, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m.?
Fortunately, my oldest is 6.
On the 29th?
She doesn't have
During
that
the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on January 29th or January 28th?
Silly straw level.
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Scorpio.
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made
I agree, Jennifer.
and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
No, you wouldn't, because I'm here and you love me, Kara. My nephew has autism. My oldest
at some point
blind and has the terminal illness. So if she could at 20, she's 20. So if she could, she would bring me
this
to
is just yes or no. At some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th?
Look at
yes
Karen.
Or no?
No.
Resting duck face.
As you sit here today,
see that?
This is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown
Did you see
information
that,
to you. You
Mark?
do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustain.
Yeah, it's raining. It's already raining here.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Well, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so
I have
you've
no
never heard
idea.
that before. That was what I was getting to.
so.
You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay.
No, they said no a million times for their phones. Motion denied when they
You
tried a million
indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone
Bingo.
to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Nope.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
Like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Go over to sidebar, please.
It was not destroyed. Let's make something abundantly clear here. It was not destroyed. Brian Albert turned his phone into the phone company over a year after waiting and asked the DA's office for permission. There was no order for his phone at that time. So that is a false assumption and a misleading statement, of course, by Jack. Yeah, no. Oh, it's the first time I've heard her say disregard when it comes to the Commonwealth. Literally. Maybe the second or third time since the very beginning of trial. But like the first time in like the last week and a half at least of her saying disregard that statement coming out of the defense's mouth. And yes, it is hard. And yes, he upgraded. He did not destroy. Like, he's trying, but that's not going to work. They're not allowed to talk about the feds. Like, I don't know. But she should have stopped it a long time ago, Potluck. This is what I mean. He knew damn well that that's a false statement. It's misleading, and he made it anyway. The judge knows that he knows it's a misleading statement. Like, no, you don't get to talk about their phones. You don't get to, there was no order for their phones. None at all. He willingly turned over what he turned over. He didn't have to. Like, you're misleading the jury. That is unfair. Like, I mean, trial by sidebar is getting a little ridiculous. This is why I said, like, for those of you that don't know, but after the trial is over, I am getting all the sidebar conversations. We're going to have a whole show on all the sidebar conversations that they had, because I want to know what was so important that needed to be said at sidebar every goddamn 5 minutes, because half the trial is being tried at sidebar. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Why can't they argue it right there? Usually that's what you see. You see it argued right there. You don't see sidebar after sidebar after sidebar after sidebar after sidebar after sidebar. I mean, it's absurdity. Like, I mean, here's the thing. Yannetti looks like he doesn't want to be there anymore. You know? Well, that's the thing. She would have let him if Hank didn't just object. Like, and there are times the judges are supposed to intervene. Like, right? It's in the cloud. Yeah, make Fanny the judge. She'd do a better job, right, Fanny? Right, good old girl. I might have to set aside a month to go through them all, but I'll do it because I think it's important for us to get the context of what the hell was so important that they needed to do at sidebar every single goddamn day. So if I have to play every one of my videos and stop it at the part where they do a sidebar and read it, I friggin' will. I don't care. We deserve to know what happened over there. Like, that needed to be there all the time. They couldn't argue anything in public. It's a public trial. Why all the secrecy? I don't understand. Like, is this some grand thing we can't know about? You know what I mean? Like, he tells a lot of stories. There's half a problem with the way he questions. He doesn't question. He narrates and then says, that's the answer, isn't it? That's the answer. I have never seen a judge allow an attorney to say that's the answer. Normally, they'll stop them and say, strike that from the record. That's not a question. Disregard. Like, absurd.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
Nobody cares about his call at Canton Police that he made.
So
Nobody
You
cares.
did nothing in terms of investigating any
Why
phone
would
call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022.
It's not relevant.
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not
A person of interest.
looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
So, what's your point?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
I agree.
And that was a representation made by whom?
What?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
Himself.
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
By a trooper.
No, I said that we had all three devices. And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If you
Sean and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins.
It's an extraction, a forensic extraction.
Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative
It is nonsense.
to John O'Keefe?
Is that a question?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting
Evidence.
facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message, the text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yeah, let's talk about the motive.
Brian Higgins,
Karen Reed.
12:20 a.m.
What?
That's one of the factors, right?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just
Near the street.
Just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door.
What? Stop it.
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
Feet.
One
You
of the
make it
factors
sound like it's
was
2
you
feet.
originally said
Stop.
that it appears that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
Before a lot of other things happened, but initially.
Objection. Let him finish.
yes,
his
initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, a big contusion above his right eye.
We already went through this, though. The
That is
judge
not correct.
shouldn't be allowing him to do this. They did this in the beginning.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And there wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually
Remember exactly how they described it?
described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration at his nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
Glass.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or
He's not the medical
conduct the
professional.
autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
No.
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor
Thank
that you
you.
considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location.
It is B. Harley.
You consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, between say 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. Consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight, I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know. We don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around the fire hydrant, flagpole, where John's body was.
Your point.
No taillight material was found at all.
Not that day. In a storm.
You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after that SUV was in Massachusetts State Police custody,
Oh, please.
sitting at the Sally Port.
Please. Stop it.
I believe the first taillight piece was found after it was in our custody. I don't know the exact time. I'd have to see it.
I believe Canton PD found one piece of plastic and then pieces of glass. So I'm pretty sure
When
Canton
you talked to
found
Brian Albert,
piece,
I'm
but
sorry,
it was
when you
clear
talked to
plastic,
Brian Higgins,
not red.
Did you ask Brian Higgins about potentially seeing John's body when he left 34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD?
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning.
Why is the judge allowing him to go back to questioning he already made?
0.2 of an inch.
We already went over this.
Dusting of snow.
Already went over this.
Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
By the way, thank you to Scorpio Moon Gal who sent $20 donation a few minutes ago and said Happy Mother's Day. Thank you, Scorpio. I appreciate you. I will try to have a happy Mother's Day.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
Maybe it's a possibility, Mama Bree. It's a possibility.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He
Thanks,
stated the
Skye.
reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a
I don't know.
testing of snow, there is no snowbank.
Right? Play a clip, Hank.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived. So there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how
What
much
he
snow was
said.
actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank. So behind it.
Snowbank being in the yard. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah,
Because it had snowed already. There was.
Sorry, he talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, right? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind.
No, you need to rise the plow
Correct.
and
Right,
make sure
off
the
to
plow
that
is at
area.
an angle when
Right.
you're driving. I've plowed before. You're going to be looking at the plow to make sure it's
That
rising
raises
around
suspicions in your mind
hydraulics.
that
You're not
Brian
gonna be
Higgins
looking
may have been being less than truthful with you.
Oh, stop.
No.
Yeah, this is hearsay. Why is this I don't understand. This person can testify. Why is this being allowed? I'm not
Getting back to
understanding.
the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the waterfall, correct?
This is not even allowed in court
At
cases.
one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that
Yes.
as well, yes.
I do think that she has him say that. Brian probably does.
You've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins's phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's
Oh, here we
phone
go.
records or an extraction from his phone?
No.
No, we did not.
He was writing shit down. This is all they got. That's pretty bad. The jury probably has no idea what the hell's going on.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
Right, JMS?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot read it. On my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
I'd be pissed off if I was the jury. I'm going to tell you
I'm
this.
asked to advance this to
Pointless.
runtime
All of it.
8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yeah, the play fighting that you want the jury to believe is some sort of like violence. Yeah, the jury all has husbands.
Can we
and what I
pause
would
it
call a
briefly,
child.
Mr. Wolk?
Like, stop it. You want them to believe the play fighting.
Yes.
Come on, stop it.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please, if you can, point for the jurors whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you, but from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
It usually does, Deb, and they're outside of the scope. I don't know why the judge is allowing.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there.
He's already asked some of the questions he already asked a
Can
few
you
minutes
describe
ago.
what Brian Albert and, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29.
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
Stupid.
It looks like they are facing each other.
Nope.
Possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please?
Yeah, they're play fighting. And you want them to believe what? This is like them.
Can we pause it?
Sounds like it was. It looks like
Sergeant,
it was telling
did
a
you
story.
see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
Play fighting, sure.
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like ref housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, you are.
No, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're suggesting. What do you mean? That ruins, like, for him to say, see, look at the guy over in the corner who's going like this to his balls and then going like this and putting his head down. There's another guy sort of talking to them about what they're doing. Like, come on, man. Stop it. You're not suggesting they're fighting? Yeah, you are suggesting that. You absolutely are. Not only will redirect me to the point, but if he just ruined his own like gotcha moment because he's like, I'm not suggesting that they're fighting. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're trying to suggest. So what else would be the
do you
point of
happen to
this?
see in this shot, just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry. I was paying
More
attention to the two gentlemen.
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. If we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
Yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play.
How dare you play fight with your buddies? Right? He just said he's not suggesting that they were actually fighting.
Go and pause it.
So what are you suggesting?
Do you see anybody that looks like Ms. Reed?
Yeah.
Yes,
Karen.
I believe she's in top top right corner of the frame talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe two other gentlemen.
Long hair?
On your client?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please.
God forbid they play fight.
Is that up to 1108? Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we'd have the lights, thank you. Sergeant, this is at the waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Violent tendencies, that's what you want, a lot of that?
This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back toward Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 1635, 1722, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the two men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
In jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, yes, squaring off, yeah.
But you're not suggesting that they were actually fighting or are actually violent, right? That's what you're not suggesting? Come on, man. He sounds really stupid. None.
You
Zero
are
headway.
former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
Stop.
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps.
You know what you also have?
Federal,
as a cop?
local, and state
As any
academies.
kind of cop?
Are you
including
aware that
police
Brian
officer?
Albert is former
What else
military?
they teach?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a
De-escalation
police officer.
tactics.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that
I have that
Brian
training.
Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 1635 to 1722.
We're also taught
Courts
as
Commission.
any kind of officer, including corrections, de-escalation tactics. He leaves that part out though, of course, because I'm trained in that from when I worked in the prison. De-escalation tactics. The point is what? He just told the jury that he wasn't saying they were actually fighting.
If you can pause it. Can you
So
describe
there's
to the
gonna be-
jurors what you see Brian Albert and
What are
Brian Higgins
you-
doing in this footage?
Assume roughhousing.
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver. Or
Like Karen fights with herself.
abdominal thrust, I guess.
Hold
I
me
don't know
back.
what he's doing.
Alan Jackson, pull me
Brian
back.
Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be described as wrestling or grappling?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Like, come on, man. Just saying. Hold me back, Alan Jackson. Fight everyone. He just told the jury he's not suggesting that they're actually fighting. So I don't really know what point he thinks he's going to make after you say that to the jury. You idiot. Lawyering 101.
Thank you. If we can
Oh my
take that
God.
down.
I have so many stories for
During
you
the
when you
course
come over.
of reviewing
So
this
many.
video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you
Oh my
see
God.
where John
I
O'Keefe
showed you my
was,
picture of my badge,
generally
right?
speaking,
From the prison?
relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar?
Nope,
In
no
the
bombshells.
back of the video.
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor, runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds.
Right. Hope Hank pulls a reverse Uno and plays a clip before.
Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet?
And him fighting himself, because this is what Jack's
doing. Further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Fighting himself.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Jousting. Yeah, jousting. Fighting himself. Literally.
You could center that just a little bit toward the right. Other way. There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957.
Yeah, when you're going to run back and forth or make them run.
Do you recognize the three people center screen now?
Hulk smash!
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming, or guessing. I can't make it out to identify each individual.
Let's play it forward if we can.
No, you can't see shit in that thing.
At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes. Okay. At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
A hoodie.
It looks like
not a jacket.
Hooded sweatshirt.
Okay.
A hoodie.
And the person to his, sorry, let's do it
Imagine
from your
that.
perspective, or the juror's
In the
perspective.
cold.
The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm not positive.
Go ahead and play it.
Good.
Stop.
Good.
Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
No idea what he's looking at.
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
You can't tell.
And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar.
That doesn't mean he's there right now.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
Yeah.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
To the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
Why did that just replay?
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Weird. Right? Some grand conspiracy.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
That's what you want, Alex?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here.
It is insufferable. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, absolutely not. Right. Like you're about to leave. This is so desperate on the defense's behalf. You're making silly straw level stretches and hoops you want the jury to jump through when it comes to this
Pause it.
stuff.
Could you see what was
Freaking insane.
happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone.
You know-
I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so
Understood.
I apologize.
Understood. With the court's permission, could I play the video one more time with it focused on the other side of the bar?
Okay.
Thank you. Last
Oh,
time.
yeah.
Can you tell me who to focus on, please,
Yes.
so I'm not looking for the wrong person?
Sure,
Thank
sure. Pause it.
They should
Do you
get
see
hazard.
John
We should
O'Keefe
all
there?
get hazard
Yes, I
pay
do.
for having to
Okay,
deal
can you
with
point
it.
to where he is, the jurors, please, on both television?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And
on the
this
other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? And then please
Good
focus on
news.
Mr. O'Keefe.
Unless he's awake now, everyone. Good news. Yeah, the band guy with his guitar. They can't smell it. Hilarious. I saw it. I answered.
Pause it.
5
Do you
things
see
at
where
once.
Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Conspiracy
Where
bar.
is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
Conspiracy bar.
Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's
go ahead and play it.
still engaged in conversation.
Oh my
Pause it.
God.
what about now?
Mind-numbing.
He's taking a sip of beer
Right. Which direction is he looking?
in the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
Mind numbing.
And go ahead and pause it. We could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
Given this perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. Take that down. I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were heading to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, just a moment. This has previously been marked as 12A. Okay. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Just go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the the left rear
I mean, the
tire
taillight going
of
past
the
John's car?
other car in the driveway?
Yeah.
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time. Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed in the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, right?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year? Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is movement.
Movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake. Could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move
They had to have collided, correct?
at a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog. You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on July 20. I'm sorry.
Why are we asking
January
Yuriy
28th,
about the
29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Of course you are, Bev. Of course you are. Wouldn't expect anything less from you. So utterly ridiculous. The dog. Like, poor Chloe. Chloe objects to this nonsense. Because once again, there is no evidence the dog did anything wrong. So you're not just dragging a dog into a third-party culprit without any evidence of such a thing. Like, he's floundering. It is getting in the free Karen Reed greatest hits. It's exactly what he's doing. Not for nothing, but at this point, I honestly feel like he's just doing it for the mob. Because I don't know where he thinks it's going with the jury, but I promise him it's not going where he thinks it is. Like, this jury is not going to buy the Olympic level mental gymnastics you have to do to get to Higgins ghosted, so he killed John outside on the lawn. They have now changed it. It's not inside the house anymore, guys. It's outside. It happened outside, right there. And Karen had already driven off seconds before. It happened seconds later. And that's why John stopped moving at 12:32. It wasn't because Karen hit him with her car that backs up at 12:31 in some seconds. It's because they beat him up on the lawn and he stopped moving within, about a minute or less than a minute. That's why. That's what happened. It happened outside now. Didn't happen inside. It happened outside. Like, I'm sorry, what? What in the actual FNF? What? That is just utterly stupid and ridiculous. And I highly doubt a jury would be buying that. Chloe does need like an HBO, the poor dog. Yeah, no bottom jaw to the dog. No dog DNA. Scratches, not bite marks, but yep, definitely the dog. Poor Chloe, man. Poor Chloe. Like, he's a very dishonest person, right? You got to put Chloe's dentures in. Give her some breaks here, you know? Like, he does assume that the jurors are stupid enough to get on social media and buy their BS. Like, he is definitely relying on them to break the rules so that he can prove his theory. Problem is you don't know which one of them is or will, and there's 18 of them, and only 12 of them will deliberate. And in the meantime, if they do and get caught, they can be dismissed as jurors. So that's an awfully stupid bet to make, if you ask me. Yeah, no, he never went in the house, so he was now beaten up outside. Then dragged and left outside while he's already outside. Yep, that happened. Oh, and the dog had to come outside now. So it's not inside, so the dog had to come outside. Make it make sense. The timeline doesn't work. I mean, at this point, I'd bite my own hand if I was Yuriy to make sure I was still not in a dream and this was like real life. Like, yeah, it was a cat, you know, must have been a cat. Scratched him up, tripped him. You know, the cat was mad. Chloe chased it. That's what happened. You know, I mean, that's more believable than what the fuck the defense is selling right now. I'll tell you that much. That's definitely more believable than what the defense is selling. 100%. I mean, you have a defense attorney that literally just said, I'm not suggesting they actually fought, but that's a fighting stance, right? Like, so all that 20 minutes, half hour of that for what exactly? Because he ruined his entire point by saying, I'm not actually suggesting that they fought. Well, what are you actually suggesting then? Well, they checked. The only DNA they found of any animal was pig. So, I mean, it must have been what they said, right? It must be what FKR screams about, which is definitely is a pig's ear that a dog would eat that would be covered in its DNA. But, you know, Chloe bit John, and like they didn't find the DNA. They only found the pig's ear because they washed the shirt, right? Like that's definitely what happened. Like they washed it, but they still found pig DNA. Like when you say it out loud, it's so utterly absurd that you have anybody that says, yeah, it's pig DNA. So it's definitely a pig's ear, but there's no dog DNA that would be covered in the pig's ear. It just like anybody would believe this. It just really pisses me off. It's 3:25, so we are like when court ends, we're gonna wrap it up soon thereafter. But I do want to say thank you to the couple of you that sent donations and said thank you, happy Mother's Day to me. I really appreciate that. That really means a lot to me. I don't have a lot of family, so it means more than you know. It does. If you would like to donate to the channel, you can do so these ways. We also have an Apple Pay link. You can also like button, the subscribe button. That's always helpful. Hey, B-Tim.
I'm sorry. I had to take a nap. I'm sorry.
I don't blame you. Alessi took a nap.
I was about to take a nap. I'm sorry. So how did reading the text messages that she was cheating on her boyfriend help that they had a nice and cool, like, loving relationship?
No actual fucking idea. I was thinking the same thing. You claim that there's no fighting and like this was just they were just lovingly, right? Like loving.
I mean, they're just lovingly while she's cheating on her boyfriend with Higgins, like,
and saying that it's over and it's deteriorated, but definitely no motive.
Definitely not breaking up at all. Not at all. And her saying she didn't even want the kid, like it's not even her kids. Like
what?
I feel like that was a tremendous waste of time.
It was.
Of everyone, like having him read Higgins' text messages.
It was.
And then like having him like show the bar where people are roughhousing or maybe doing some other things that seem like a little X-rated, but
beat him. He wasn't suggesting they were actually fighting.
Yeah, like I don't see how this helps your client where you're showing that they're having fun in the bar, and and Karen Reed's about to break up with John O'Keefe.
It doesn't. Not even by a long shot. Like, not by a freaking long shot. It's amazing to me the things that they think that are going to help. Like, are they that delusional? Like, are we at that place where, like, they're that delusional they think it's going to help them? Or are we at that place where they just don't care anymore, so they're throwing everything at the wall and, like, they just hope that the mob helps them in some way? Like, where are we? Like, I don't understand.
What thought process did it cross, like, Mr. Cross Jackson's mind? Why would he have him read the text messages of Higgins?
I don't really understand, but I also don't understand why the judge was allowing him to opine on someone else's text that you can have come testify. That's hearsay, and I'm not really understanding why that was allowed, whether by an officer or not. You can't testify to what someone else meant in their text, whether you're the cop or not. So I don't even understand why that line of questioning was even allowed.
What is and it's like he killed his thunder. He was going, he was kind of doing the whole evidence stuff and all that stuff. And he just like completely derailed it with this shit.
Oh, yeah.
Completely derailed it.
Well, I'll be right back. You guys are getting my kid off the bus.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Yeah. Thank you.
So do we.
Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess.
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I'll stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they ended?
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So other than some veterinary records and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct. Yes.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
Gasp. What a shocker.
And did this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
Oh, you're saying it's not Chloe. Yeah, that's what they're trying to claim. Amazing. Amazing. How would they know where the dog was unless someone said this is the dog? Unless the Alberts was, you idiot.
You did write a report about
it's a bizarre line of
the
question.
newest
For sure.
owner of this animal, this dog. Correct?
This animal, as if it's not
I
Chloe.
documented my trip to the location and the
Amazing.
steps I took and services I provided in the
This
investigation.
thing
And
is a joke.
in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner.
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
Not if you're privately selling the dog. You privately sell it or give it back to a place, a breeder. Then that it goes back to the breeder because you sign a contract that it has to go back to the breeder.
Yes.
This is utterly ridiculous. Right? Chloe does need witness protection. Technically, she is in witness protection, but if you give a dog back and you got it from like a breeder, you have to give it back to the breeder. It's a contract that you sign. Usually, or at least a verbal agreement, which is legal binding in Massachusetts. So you're basically saying that like that Chloe's not Chloe. And why do you guys think that he's saying that? Oh, I'll tell you, because they got the frickin' molds from the dog that proves that that mouth could not have made the scratches on John's arm. They're not even within the same length as where the teeth are. Like, that's why they're running with this. They know damn well that that's Chloe. Like, come on now. Stop it.
Okay. I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit.
Yeah, on
May I
purpose.
approach?
We know.
Yes.
We know. Wait, let's call it
Reviewing
aliens.
your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
Mine too.
No, it is not.
You've got,
Seriously.
there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I was wondering how they were going to spin it as well, but this is how they refuse because they know it's Chloe. But this is how they're going to spin
Take a
it.
look at those 4 documents.
Not the dog. Can't prove it's the dog, right? Yeah. Of course. Lots of people change
Do
the
those
animal's
appear to
name when they
be
adopt.
veterinary records that you
They've been getting free
gathered
care ideas from them
related to this
for a
animal?
while. You'll see an FKR person say it, and then the defense will hear it from someone else who feeds it to them, and then they'll use it in court. I've seen it so many times, but most of the time it fails on its face because it doesn't fit any timeline, and then it's completely debunked later on. So you would think that they would learn their lesson. Apparently they haven't.
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
Those are probably the old owner, right? The older one before the Alberts, I'm guessing. Yeah, they did refuse. On purpose. They did it on purpose so that they could do plausible deniability. Yep. Happens all the time.
browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
Right, Chloe did my homework. Chloe has a chip, I believe. The want for the defense.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
There's
I'm going to
something.
go through a series of
can't
questions,
remember if it's
Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no,
chip,
that might
but I
make it go a
believe
little
it's a
faster.
chip.
You don't have any transfer records, correct?
that she had.
I would know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the
He's-
records that I have.
Okay.
He's
I wanna
not
answer my
a.
question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices when you're taught and you teach your subordinates that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Perfect world.
In a perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days from the time of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
You became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It's just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxson were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
you learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses who are testifying in front of these jurors.
Correct. Yes.
You saw the first trial.
Witnesses have testified from that
Dumbass.
box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Is that
Objection.
just testified?
That's my memory from what the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Alan Jackson misleading the jury
You
again. They
knew
testified in the
what
first trial.
potential role they played
could
in your
watch that.
investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation, you learned that Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses.
You can't give their perspective.
Yes.
Relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it's playing into the cameras in the cult. That's literally all I see happening here. Nothing that's
You
helping.
instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022.
Oh, he's
correct?
definitely running out the clock.
I'm not sure when they were interviewed. I don't have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, you're running out the clock and you're being obnoxious. Like, no. All day?
Thank you.
Like, all this needed to
Can you
take
a
all
look at that
day?
document and
It
tell me
didn't.
If you, well, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically?
Not well, especially since he had top clearance, presidential clearance. Like, it's not going to be perceived well. Oh, she made a couple smirks earlier, Shannon. So if they did tell her not to, she's not stopping.
Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value, I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction, or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You don't know?
I can't take credit for that.
Oh,
Thanks.
cool. So it's a document you don't know where it came from? Interesting.
If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? Yeah, these are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we
The
want to
answer's
interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place. And we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and, I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxson?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
Mayor Groshon,
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in the report?
We again, perfect ideal world scenario, it would be quicker.
So that would be, no excuses, I'm not throwing bars, but that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later?
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antonio. Do you see the highlighted portion?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antonio actually told you that the car was parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
No, may we approach with them?
Yes, can I see that, please?
So he's asking about the dog and verification, because the new theory is going to be that they switched the dogs.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
All right.
We already saw that coming. Like I saw that coming.
Like, that's the only thing they could go with. What else are they going to say?
So that's their plan. So the problem with that theory is that if the dog expert comes around and says those aren't dog bites, that doesn't really help your client.
Nope, it doesn't.
Because,
and of course, that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do. It's literally that simple. It's kind of sad that this is like where we're at, right? Like this is where,
this is way too long. And the problem is like, you really should have just focused on the police procedure, kind of punched holes in that and got it moving. Like this whole bringing Higgins on, the video, the dog. It's just like, it's fucking crazy.
It's crazy. It's too much. Like it's way too much. There's no necessary need. Not by a long shot. Like this whole ridiculous theory in itself is lunacy. Like absolute lunacy.
I don't know if the dog has identifying chip at all. I think probably they have ways to identify the dog.
I don't know. I heard something about the dog having a chip. Do I know, what, like, how that works? I have no idea how the chip works, but I do know that I heard something about the dog having a chip. That might be what Hank has, although, because, I mean, if you haven't noticed, you haven't heard Alan Jackson ask if the dog had a chip, did you?
Yeah, and I just feel like it's just a really just
you didn't
a lot. Like I feel like a waste of time. A lot of this stuff is get to the point of like the investigation having issues and stuff like that, and that's it.
Isn't it mandatory in the U.S.? No, it is not.
Isn't it true that
mandatory?
When you interviewed Ricky D'Antano,
they do not have to have
upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview. Quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what it said, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
It is not a requirement in the U.S. for pets to have a chip. They do not have to have a chip. Goes city by city, town by town, state by state, really, when it comes to the chip. But no. The long answer is no, they're not required.
Your Honor, I'm just about to.
Why don't we come to sidebar no from the floor?
Yeah, let's do another freaking sidebar until the end of time. Let's just sidebar this until, next month. Let's do that.
Like it's just getting ridiculous by the defense because the defense seems to just want to drag these things on for days on end.
Yep.
And it's just not getting to the point. Like I feel like showing the text actually hurts his client because it shows that he can't sit there that they were a loving relationship, that she couldn't do anything about him. He has no control over his client. His client's doing multiple outbursts during this whole thing, which is not good. No. And she should avoid doing that at all costs, to be honest.
She clearly can't avoid it. That's very clear. She has no control over herself. And it's very clear where she gets it from. Look at Mr. Reed and now what they have to do with him.
Yeah, I think they had the officer sit next to him because he was looking at the jury.
Because he was mind effing the jury. And he's had a couple little outbursts. So, yeah. It's funny, too, because I thought I heard someone talking, like yelling something in the background, like yesterday. And I don't know if it was yesterday and today or today or both times yesterday. But I thought I heard it being Jackson. But now it makes sense that it wasn't Jackson and it was.
Well, the thing is like, I don't know why, like the line of questioning about like, the evidence, like, log books and stuff like that. That's actually a smart move to do. And you try to kind of undermine that type of deal of evidence preservation and procedures and stuff like that to kind of do that. But then you go into this whole weeds about having this guy spend an hour and sometimes reading someone else's text messages to Karen Reed. That undermines your whole cross about what they were still in a loving relationship. Meanwhile, the woman is having an affair with another man, trying to have an affair with another man, saying she hates him in the voicemail. It's like you're undermining your client, and then you have the dog situation, and now you're going to put out the theory that it's not the dog because he knows that the canine bites don't match, and the dog expert's going to fucking bury him.
Yep. And so the only thing they can say is, oh, they must have switched the dogs. We can't prove it's the dog. And no, it's not mandatory here, Alba. In the United States, you do not have to have a chip in your dog. You do not have to have paperwork. If I sell my dog to beat him, I don't have to give him paperwork. Like, does he want it? Probably, but there's nothing that I have to give him. At least in my state, there isn't anything that I have to give him. If it's a puppy, you kind of want the shots, but private buys, you can get the puppy and that person could have to provide the shots once they get the puppy. Like, so it's like, there's no like legal, like, nobody's ever been charged with not doing X, Y, or Z. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to a pet, and they don't have to have chips. So there are plenty of pets that run around that get stolen and you can't prove it's your dog. My friend had to fight in court for her dog that her ex took from her house. Like, and they let him have the dog because she couldn't prove it was her dog and not their shared dog. So how do you know it was Chloe? Because how do you figure that Hank knew where to go? Because the Alberts told him who they gave the dog to.
More important for you to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So
oh yeah, now you're right.
Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule.
BS.
Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start with 10 o'clock
what?
on Monday, and we will go a full day. We'll leave every day next week. We'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and we'll have you see you Monday at 10.
Absurd.
I mean, this is kind of disrespectful to jurors' time.
Yep.
What are we on, week 3?
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, like, and we haven't even got a quarter of the way through because Jackson keeps on asking useless questions.
He also went back and asked questions that he had already asked Yuriy in the beginning, and I don't know why the judge didn't stop him there. Like, no, you already did that. He did that to waste the time. Like,
yeah, I think the 9 a.m. motion hearing, it could be a motion hearing. I think there's a possibility due to the fact that
yeah, we'll still be here because I'm assuming it's got to be a motion or something. So that means they might already be arguing before the jury comes in, of course. So we'll still be here at the normal time. Oh, here we go. Hold on.
If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on Monday. Thank you.
So she doesn't plan on doing any sort of motion. Interesting. So why would it be 10 then? Make that make sense.
Yeah.
But, what? Yeah, you're taking 3 days just on Yuriy. Like, this is nuts, dude.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of weird to have him testify in place of Higgins. If you're going to bring Higgins, I'm sure if I was a defense attorney, I'd probably bring Higgins on the stand. So why you're asking him questions about Higgins? Why are you asking questions about the dog? Maybe if you made it short and sweet, like you said, hey, how did you verify this was the dog? Whatever. I don't know. I think you're losing. You make good points on your cross, and then you lose it in the sea of minutia of nothingness.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. It's like you need to make your good points, and you need to move on.
Move on, right? Because otherwise, it gets lost in the weeds.
I don't know what happened to their ARCA deadline.
We don't know. They didn't tell us whether they met the deadline or not. We'd have no idea until they say something, unfortunately. Yeah, it'll be a 10 a.m. start for the jury, but usually I still pop on early because you never know.
This was probably the most boring fucking day I've ever sat through.
And it dragged on and on and on.
Like it was so bad. And then like the father kept control. Karen Reed can't be kept control.
She's on her phone. On her phone.
She's, on the phone. It's just crazy. In the first trial, the Commonwealth called Higgins. Yeah, in the first trial, they were playing defensive.
Yep.
This trial, they're playing more offensive. Yep. And the problem is like, you're going to see Higgins and you're going to be like, no. Everything that the defense does is suspicious and complete. Yeah, it's just weird, man. I just don't get it. I think it's just a waste of time and it's disrespectful to the jury. Completely disrespectful.
It is. And then the tone, you get the tone with him and like all the extra BS. Like nobody wants it, bro. Nobody wants it. Like no one. Thanks, but no thanks. Like
you're not gonna watch Emily D. Baker?
Absolutely fucking not. Like
what, don't you want to get a good review of the case?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
you think
not.
It's going to hurt Commonwealth not calling Proctor. I think there's a I mean, personally,
they might still call him. I don't. Again, that's just people saying that. There's no evidence that that's actually not that he's not actually being called. That's just people saying.
Yeah,
but and I can't just take people saying it on social media as a thing. Like
if he's not called, let's just enter the world of hypothetically, and you're on the jury, and you're hearing all these things about Proctor, and he's like the boogeyman. I think it would hurt if like the Commonwealth did not call him up because people will be wondering why is he not? He was considered part of the investigation. His unfortunately he's touched on a lot of things in the investigation. I would think it's personally me. I think it's not a good look to not call him and to have the defense call him instead. To be honest with you,
I don't know. Maybe they stipulated to nobody calling him. I don't know. Like.
I don't know. And actually, it might actually work in favor of the defense not to even call him, to be honest with you. Leave him as the boogeyman. Leave him as some sort of like a mysterious figure and don't even call him.
Right.
Would probably be a better tactic.
Because when they did call him last time, we know that it was just like his testimony just minimized what they're trying to do, which was, I said some shit that I probably shouldn't have said. But it has nothing to do with where the evidence, leads. Like,
yeah, the prosecution called him last time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if I was a defense, I would not call. If the prosecution didn't call him, I wouldn't call him because there would be no point in calling him because you got the text messages read and he sounds like the boogeyman. You're gonna have him sit there and he's just people gonna see how and it's gonna disillusion everything. I don't know. I don't think it would be I think.
The roles have switched. And I think that's what the defense is having a serious problem with is that the roles have switched and now they don't really know what to do. They can't change their story too much, right? Because they lose the cult. So if they change their story too much, the cult is gone. But if they don't change it a little, they know that this ultimately isn't going to work again. My problem is if I'm the defense, right? And I know X, Y, and Z did not work in the first trial because we know what the jurors said about the first trial and what they bought and what they didn't buy. Why am I still doing X, Y, and Z then? If I know that they didn't buy it the first time, why am I not changing it a little?
Well,
even just a little, like the tactic, the way I do it, like whatever, like because you got to change something. Like,
because the issue is they know they have an unwinnable tactic, but they're hoping to get a hung jury again. That's the tactic. I think because they can't change their story. They're locked into their story. They can't because number one, they've gone into every single news station and said that this was a grand conspiracy. There's a lot of people that threw money at this woman, and if she suddenly changed her tune and changed her story too much, it would completely ruin all the money raising and all that. So they're stuck with this story.
Oh,
they're hoping that this will be like a hung jury again, and that she can just walk away. And they're not going to do a third trial on this lady, and that's just going to be it.
I don't know. I think the Commonwealth might go after it again. I kid you not.
No, I don't think so. Unless they get some really new evidence, like the lady literally confessed on a live stream or something like that. Yeah, I killed him.
Maybe, maybe they wait until they can charge her with the witness intimidation. Maybe that's why they've been holding it so long.
Well, they did try to charge her with witness intimidation, but they got a no true bill.
They did, but then they got more evidence, so they could go after it again. It's not just something they can't go after again. You can go after it as many times as you want. Like, and with new and more pertinent evidence, I think they went after it too fast the last time. They didn't wait for all the evidence they have now that proves that that's exactly what happened. They could have went after it again. Like,
Yeah,
and again until they get a true bill. So I
that's
think
true.
they pulled that in their back pocket until if there's something that goes wrong here, they use that to bolster it.
Yeah, I mean, I think though I think today is just like people are gonna be like, "Well, Jackson did great." And I'm like, I think Jackson was doing okay in the beginning, pretty good, and then he fucked it up. It's like he really fucked it up. Like it was just like nonsensical shit.
Nonsensical. Like making him read the mind-numbing text proved absolutely nothing good for his
Yeah, in
client.
the bar scene, showing the guys squaring up, and it's like, Jesus Christ, man, what are you doing?
But then he even was like, "Oh, I'm not suggesting that they're actually fighting." Then what's the point of it? Even the
Yeah.
jury's like, "Then what's the point?"
Yeah, I was like, man, can you just move on? Like, this is getting crazy. Can you just move on to
It didn't
like,
make sense. It just didn't make any sense. Then why are you still going after? Like, why are you even bringing it up if you're going to say that they weren't actually fighting? Like, what was the point of even talking about it at all? Like, I don't think the jury is putting together what they think that they are trying to put together here. It's not cohesive. Like, nothing that they're saying goes together. It doesn't fit any timeline together. Things that they're claiming could have happened or implying could have happened. Then when someone calls them out on implying it, Jackson goes, "Me? I did not imply such a thing." But then literally goes to imply it again, the next question or the next question after that. So it's like, do you think the jury is dumb? All you're proving is that you lied and misled the jury. And they're not going to appreciate that. You lose your credibility as the defense when you immediately prove that you misled them about something.
yeah, I just think it's not a good move by what that he's doing.
I don't think they're going to call Bill Reed.
I
Although,
think
with his outbursts, it might be reconsidered that they do call him and let him outburst.
I think they should. They really should fucking call.
I think he'll have an
Bill
outburst
Reed.
on the stand, and I think it would show, like, where do you think this behavior that Karen got came from?
Because that guy, I would call him. I think that guy needs to be called. There's no doubt about the guy's there. He's having phone calls with this woman. I mean, like, are you kidding me? He should have been called in the first trial. He should be called in this one.
I think the only thing that the jury's confused about is what the defense is trying to put together. I don't think they're confused at all about what Hank has laid out. I think the only thing they're confused about is what exactly is the defense doing here. Not sure. Like, yeah, right. California's view of a fight is play fighting.
Yeah, like you're undermining your points with the play fighting stuff. You're undermining your whole argument that they weren't in a fight, that they had a good relationship. When you play a text of a lady trying to hook up with a guy, and then you're fighting with the officer on the stand reading it, it's like, well, he engaged her, right? And it's like, no, it sounds like the other way around if you're listening to it. And then you're arguing with the.
He says he ruined his own point by saying, like, "Oh, I know the answers to my questions." Obviously, you don't, because you clearly did not anticipate Yuriy saying, "Well, it looks like to me that she was trying to manipulate him." Like that, you expected that answer? I'm pretty sure you didn't expect that answer.
Yeah.
So, by saying you know the answers to the questions you're asking, you clearly there's been quite a few that clearly you did not, and you asked a bad question.
I didn't hear anything. I agree with Ink. I didn't hear anything that really helped Karen, to be honest with you.
Nothing. Not a single thing.
I just think he just ran the clock. He just didn't he didn't really. I think he could have done well with. He was doing okay with asking, like, okay, did you keep logs here? Did you do this? You know, who did you look into and stuff like that? But then he just lost it in complete, like, just.
You lost all of that, though.
Yeah, you lost it. Everything got lost.
Yep. In the nonsense and weeds. Like, I do think that Karen's dad, it's a possibility they could call him, because without with his outbursts in the courtroom, like, it's a risk, but I would take it just to have him have an outburst on the stand to show the jury, like, this is where she gets her behavior from. This is what she thinks is appropriate.
No,
right?
I would ask him questions about what he saw. Why did he stop there? I would ask him, what did he do when he went upstairs with Karen Reed? I would ask him to, because the one thing I would want him to do is, if he wants to go up there, I want him to risk perjuring himself.
Yes.
So that we could, so we could go after him for perjury charges.
Perjury, absolutely. Absolutely. I'd call him, especially, I wouldn't have up until his outbursts in court recently. Now I know he's like right on the cusp of having a blowout. Like, so that's where I push him a little on the stand and have him have the blowout. Like, that's what I do if I'm Hank, just saying.
Yeah, I think he's I don't know, man.
Have him have that blowout right there in front of the jury. Show that he can't control his emotions, just like Karen.
Yeah, but besides that, today was almost a tremendous waste of time
Boring.
for
Boring.
everyone, for everyone involved. You're gonna have the
Everyone.
law tubers just like kind of like just like completely just stating that Jackson was dominant. It's like they're not gonna actually point to anything that was actually interesting at all. They're just gonna be like, well, he was kind of rude. The witness was kind of rude to Jackson. Well, if someone kept me there for fucking 2 days asking me these questions, I'd be fucking pissed too.
He's clearly got to come back Monday too, because he's got to have a like, that's going to be 3. Like,
then you're arguing with the witness about the word "get rid" and just like not just say, "Yeah, rehome." We'll agree, rehome the dog.
Right? Like what? Like what the actual hell is really going on?
Like
here?
I would agree to that definition. I'm like, way to piss off the pet owners. Get rid of your dog.
Right? Like, what a fucking absolute idiot, bro. Like, this was a waste of time for most people. I'll tell you, I've been sitting here in pain all effing day, and I'm like,
most
if
police
one day I had to pick
reports,
to like not do it, it would have been today. Like,
yeah. If you had a crystal ball, definitely. But
yeah,
most police reports are just not that accurate, unfortunately.
no, they're really not.
And you have to realize, like, they're trying to paint a picture of the dog now being taken away, and now like these Alberts is this big influential family, and Proctor's planting everything. But the problem is the conspiracy has too many parts to it, and it doesn't make sense. So it was anyway. You have a good day.
Thanks, B. Tim.
Have a good one. Bye.
All right, before I wrap this up, my little brought me home this for Mother's Day. I love it. It's a coaster. It's literally a coaster. They must have like put it in the oven or something because like they put a gloss over it. But I love it. It's got the little foot things on the back. I absolutely love it. It's amazing. So proud of her. She does such a good job, my little. But I hope everybody has an amazing Mother's Day. Sorry, I'll check real quick and make sure I don't have to thank anybody. I think I did all the thanks today that I got. And special thanks to everybody that sent a donation for Mom's Day. I appreciate you guys. I really do. Hopefully everybody has a good, relaxing Mother's Day and just chills out. So reminder, there won't be a show on Sunday because it is Mother's Day. Why is my phone taking forever to load? I'm not understanding what's happening here. I don't see anything. Okay. But I hope everybody has a relaxing Mother's Day and chills out and can just woos out over the weekend so we can like restart on Monday, you know? Like clearly Peb says not till 10 a.m., but I guess we'll find out if she's really not going to like, if they're not going to argue anything or if it's just going to be the jury. So I'll be on obviously a little bit early before that so that we can figure out what's actually going on. But I appreciate obviously all of you being here. I hope everybody has an amazing Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, everybody. Yes, happy Mother's Day. If you want to make a donation to the channel, even when we're not live, you can do so and we'll read it on the next one. This is how you do it. I love my replay crew. If you guys make one, of course, I read it on the next one. Of course, we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, and Apple Pay. So we appreciate you guys. We thank you for your support. We will see you all on Monday morning. Same time, same place as we always do. Bye.